Good morning, everyone. Just for the sake of doing this in a timely manner, I'm still waiting on my colleagues. They're probably en route, but all of you are here. So I'd like to open up the hearing of the subcommittee work session on HB 1766-FN relative to the cruelty to livestock. And I'd like this to be an open discussion. So there's not a whole lot of folks here. If you guys want to come up to a microphone at the table so that we can discuss this, or I can call you all up and I'll just call you up at one at a time. Let's start off. There was a suggestion from the commissioner's office if Josh and I'm sorry, Dr. Harvey, thank you. You're new, fairly new. So anyways, come on, Kathy. Good, we'll just take a second. Kathy is here with us. So, here, Kathy, I just want to give you this. So I was wondering if you have suggested language to this bill. Can you go over those suggestions for us and why you think they're necessary?
Yes, thank you, Representative Comtois. I'm here representing the commissioner. My name is Nathan Harvey. I am the Assistant State Veterinarian for the Department of Agriculture. There have been comments printed by the commissioner and circulated to the committee, I believe, regarding his concerns. This was about a couple of weeks ago. He put together his thoughts right before we had the public hearing on this bill. Do you happen to have a copy of those on you, Representative Comtois? I did bring a copy also. Okay. Thank you. So at the risk of, well, for the record, would you like me to go through them directly? Is it repetitive if I go through his comments as written, or?
No.
Okay.
That way everyone gets to hear, and then they. I only have one copy here. I'm not sure if there's anything else printed for anyone else to look at.
Would that be helpful?
Sure. Thanks, Josh. Yeah. And Josh, just make about 10 copies for us, because that way I can have. Yep. Thank you. All right.
Would you like me to hold on till the copies come and everybody on the room can be? We don't mind waiting, but it's up to you and your
Yeah,
time frame.
I think in the interest of time that we should try and go through why you're doing what you're doing. And folks, Josh has gone up to make copies so that once they're done, you can have them in your hands. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go through the commissioner's comments here, and we will have copies in a second. The first issue in terms of the language here, which was discussed, is relevant to the term imminent danger that an animal may be in. And the commissioner had mentioned that the common definition of imminent means that something is about to happen. If an animal is starving or has a medical condition that is life-threatening, in this language we are saying that the owner doesn't have to be arrested, but the animal can be seized. However, if the animal still has a few days to live, the owner may be arrested and only then can be seized. And in his mind, he felt that felt a little not in line with the goal we were trying to set, that he felt that seemed a little backwards. So he had recommended on page 1, lines 3 through 8 of this bill, a suggested language. He wrote, "No animal shall be confiscated unless a person is charged under this section. The investigating officer for a case involving livestock as defined in RSA 42738, 3, shall be accompanied by the state veterinarian or designee in person or by video, who shall determine whether there is probable cause to believe that the animal should be confiscated. So he felt that that would help to address that issue. He said that we think that solves a problem that occurred a couple of years ago that was relevant to everybody's motivation to get this bill passed. Without law enforcement to confiscate animals without charging the owner. Simply confiscating the animal without charges being filed puts owners in the situation of having to bring suit to get them back. All the protections that follow refer to the arresting officer and do not address a confiscation without an arrest having taken place. That was our first issue regarding imminent danger. Yes.
Thank you. So I understand that. So basically, what you're saying is that there just needs to be probable cause, technically, right? Because as you said, an animal could be 2 days away from being in imminent danger. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
And I'd like to add, I think that part of his concern was that, imminent danger, the death. Oh, hi, Representative Biscay. An animal can be experiencing cruelty and have its life threatened, but may not be in imminent danger of dying immediately, like today. So getting around that relevant uncertainty about the word imminent, I think, is what he was getting at.
Okay.
On the next section, moving on, and we'll have copies. Hi, Representative Bixby. We have the language here. We're going over the language from Commissioner Jasper from Department of Agriculture. We just got started, and we're making copies.
They're making copies, but this is something I had from someone. Yep.
The next issue is relevant to what extreme suffering means. That is something that is going to be difficult, if not impossible, to determine. So our suggestion regarding that language, extreme suffering, page 1, lines 27 through 29 of the bill. If the treating veterinarian believes that livestock which has been confiscated is in a state of suffering and that the cost to alleviate the suffering will exceed the amount of allowable reimbursement as set by AGR Rules 3504.01 C8, unless the owner agrees in writing to pay for the care, the animal shall be euthanized.
Can I stop you
yes.
there on that one? So I've had some folks come up to me because they are concerned with the language of us being allowed to euthanize an animal because of the cost. So I'm just going to point that out, that has been brought to my attention as a concern by others.
Okay.
Do you know what AGR, I could look it up, Rules 350 C8 is off the top of your head, or?
I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have it. I should have brought it.
That's okay.
There are set rules regarding the cost of care of an animal and who takes care of that animal while it's in custody.
Okay, so that rule applies to cost of care.
I believe so.
Okay.
And there's a set predetermined dollar amount that would be considered the reasonable amount of cost of care for different animals, livestock and smaller animals
Okay.
in that bill.
All right, great. Thank you.
Sorry, that rules.
Did you pass it on to Kathy?
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I'm with Assistant Commissioner Josh Marshall here. We're here sitting in for the commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other changes? I believe there was one other.
Yes, he had a few further comments here. Give me 1 second. He went on to say that the previous suggested language could also be incorporated in Roman numeral 4AF, the same section of the bill, beginning on page 3, line 23. He said, our intent was to limit those who could take part in an investigation. However, we limit in a way that we did not intend. We limited it in a way that we did not intend, and which conflicts with other sections by not allowing the state veterinarian's designee to take part in the investigation if that person does not work for the government. So he suggested for same section, page 3, line 1, no person other than the state veterinarian or their designee or an employee, and then the continued remainder of the language. That's under section D, page 3, line 1.
Does anyone have questions for Dr. Harvey? Josh, you have.
Yeah, just add, I was able to look up the rule for 350401, and it lists out different amounts per day for different types of animals and an emergency care amount not to exceed $5,000. So that's what that number would be
And that's $5,000 in aggregate or per day?
in aggregate for emergency veterinary care. And then there's sorry, it's $5,000 per case, per court case.
Okay. I have a question. Okay. When it says no other person than the state veterinarian or their designee or an employee, when you see the word designee, what do you think of? I mean, who can that be?
Our intent was for that to be relatively broad, and I don't know if that would need further, define what designee actually means in the RSA, or if you feel that the statutory language would give us that authority, but it doesn't have to be necessarily somebody from the agency. It could be another animal care provider, another veterinarian in the state, another agency that has this expertise.
That was the intention, I believe, when we put this forth, because designee could be technically anyone that the state veterinarian would like to be involved. And we wanted it broad because different folks have different expertise in different animals, especially regarding livestock. Not everyone that understands goats and sheep understands bovine or swine. They're all different, or equine. I mean, they all, they're different species. And I think that we wanted it that broad because we wanted the person who would be, the designee would understand that particular species of animal. Any comments or questions, Representative Bixby, or? That's what I. Okay, thank you. All right. I have. So, as we go through this bill, we've had some discussions, and we have someone here from the humane world, and someone here from the SPCA, the sheriffs, and the New Hampshire Farm Bureau. If anyone would like to come up and give their comments or speak to what they are concerned about, the committee would be willing to hear their concerns at this time. And to the members on the subcommittee, if there's any questions or anyone you want to speak to specifically, please speak up. And so we can work on this. We want to get this right. Representative Bixby and I have been working on cruelty to animals for a very long time. Anyone you'd like to see come up, Representative Bixby?
No, I'm just sort of getting my bearings right now. So.
Okay. I'll give you a few minutes. So we did get some emails Does anyone have any issue with what the department, the commissioner's representative said about the changes to the bill? Any comments on that? Does any, Kath, represent?
No, I think that it's been they thought it through, and I think that those bring it back to the point where they make the determination and not think that the animal's life is in imminent danger and act too quickly. So I think that this gives it, unless the animal was really in trouble, this makes it so that there's a little more time to act. That's what I.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to come back to a $5,000 limit for an animal to be euthanized. I think $5,000. It sounds like a lot of money, but when you're talking about care of an animal, it's really not that much. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that, where they were changing it that the animal may to shall be euthanized, and wondering the thoughts from the committee regarding that particular change that the department would like to make. I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on that. Okay, Representative.
I think I'm wondering if.
Your mic.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I'm wondering if that amount needs to be changed, but that's not something that this bill would do. That's something that would have to happen in rules.
Correct. So I'm wondering if we just leave the animal may and not shall be euthanized.
Yeah.
I don't know if shall is the right word there.
Okay. What did we have in the original there?
It said may.
May. So
May is in the original bill.
okay.
Did you have something, Representative Kennedy?
I think that is really hard to determine because if you have a large animal that's in really big trouble, it could cost a lot more than a smaller animal. So I think there's just too much of a variation there with the care.
Right, and we're talking about livestock specifically. We're not looking at cats, dogs, or any of that.
No,
We're
I
talking
know,
about
but
livestock.
you have a draft horse and then you have a goat. Which one's going to take? There could be. That's what I'm looking.
I agree with you, 100%.
Yeah. And it's so I guess the other thing I'm not sure that the sizes necessarily correlate with the cost of treatment, but I think that I can easily see that treatment could well exceed $5,000.
Okay. Any thoughts, Representative Haskins?
No, I certainly agree with what's been said. May and shall comes up a lot in all our work. May gives the recipient latitude. Shall is more restrictive. So I guess it comes down to whether we want to restrict or we want to leave it up to the authorities.
Representative Kenny.
One other thing with the treating veterinarian, they would be able to determine what the cost of care would be a lot closer than, as long as it's the treating veterinarian.
So I believe there is a set guideline in the rules on how much each animal, there's a cost for it's an itemized cost of what someone can charge per day for specific animals. So we already there. It's not really subjective. It's pretty set in rules. Is that correct?
It would be the housing, the boarding of the animal is set for
Okay.
the day. Any emergency costs, the rules reference up to not to exceed 5,000.
Okay. So I have serious concerns about changing the word from may to shall, only because I just don't think that we can put a monetary limit on the care of an animal that's been confiscated. And I'm not sure how to correct things in rules to make sure that there's enough money's available. But I really think that shall is just too strong and too stringent. That's my personal opinion. I'm not sure if anyone else has any comments on that.
I would I concur with your feelings about the May.
If you want to say, come up to the mic. Go on up, Kurt.
Well, just my initial reaction, because the first time I saw this, it was just handed to me. But the treating veterinarian determines whether the animal lives or dies. We're not sure who that is. Is that the designee? Is that the designee of the? And we're putting a $5,000 limit on care, and then you kill the animal.
Well, that's why we're discussing the
May or shall is, I understand the difference.
right.
Either way. This is abhorrent. I mean, there's no reason for this. What is going on here? That's my first comment today.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments or concerns?
Not on that.
Okay. What are your other concerns, Representative Bixby?
So I was just, so the intent of this is to deal specifically with livestock, which is clear in the bill, but I'm not sure that that section 644(8), section 4A1, as it currently stands in statute, is specific to livestock. And I was wondering if maybe the state assistant state vet could help us clarify that.
Would you be willing to come up again, please?
Thanks, Representative Bixby. Can you refer again to the section you were talking about
Yes,
regarding
so,
livestock? And
So in statute, it's 644(8), Roman 4A1.
any person charged with animal cruelty under paragraphs 3 or 3A may have his or her animals confiscated by the arresting officer. Is that the line?
Yes, that is it.
And the question, is it relevant to livestock only or all animals? Is that what your
Correct.
question is? Give me 1 second to refer back to the definitions. To my knowledge, looking at the bill up until that point, the language and the definitions, animal is defined as a domestic animal, a household pet, or wild animal in captivity. And it goes on to define that. Size of small. I believe, Representative Bixby, I believe that animal refers to all animals, if I'm correct on that. And your concern is like the bill is relevant. We're talking about livestock here and care and confiscation, et cetera.
Right, so the intent of the bill is, as clear in the title, is that it's dealing with livestock as opposed to all animals. And I am a bit concerned that what we might be doing is making a much broader bill than what we intend, and that it might require an amendment that breaks out livestock from other animals.
Great catch.
I think I might actually have to credit Mr. Brandenburg for this one.
That's okay. Right, because what our intent is to make this particular House bill specific to livestock only. So we may have to, as we did with the other bills, make a subsection.
Yeah. And I think that might also allow us to do some other things a little bit more clearly, although it's going to be a substantially bigger amendment job.
That's why we have tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it will help us. Livestock is defined elsewhere, I believe, in statute, and I believe it's RSA 436, and a few others that we may have some help already in different terms of defining which animals would fall under that category or not. And we may be able to, that might help us in terms of language and definition and species restrictions. If we end up having to redraft that in terms of
Right.
making sure this bill's relevant to livestock only.
And I'm not sure, and this is probably an OLS question, but I'm not sure whether it, because this is an entirely different chapter of law, whether we'd need to restate the definition rather than just refer to the definition that's in 436. But I'm
That's a
sure
good-
OLS will have will have standards for that. So
That's a good point.
So what are your thoughts moving forward to do that, Representative Bixby?
I was not. I first wanted to make sure it was absolutely sure that it was a problem. So I hadn't really come up with a solution yet.
Okay.
And I have to confess, I have not been. I haven't gotten into the weeds with this particular version as much as I have in the past.
It's okay.
So-
We're all very busy this year. So is this something that we should bring to OLS today, ask them to do some investigation on it, and see if they can get something to us for tomorrow? I know they can't get anything ready for us today. Is the department available to kind of give us some suggestions possibly on how we can make sure that the bill only pertains to livestock?
You mean by today? We should be able to refer to the other laws, gather the definitions that are there, bring them together. I'll check with the commissioner. I know he's busy today, but we should be able to do that today. Get you some wording.
Right, because it's extremely important that we get this right. Like I said, Representative Bixby and I have been dealing with this RSA for a very long time, and we'd like to make sure we get it right and make sure that it definitely only pertains to livestock, because that is the intent of the legislation we're putting forth. So I'm not sure what else we should do at the present time, except for kind of figure out, talk to OLS, talk to the department and see if they can help us come up with because we're probably going to have to add a new section to 644.
Yes. So I think that another issue which would the way that we put that into effect would depend on what we're talking about in terms of the new section, but I think that an issue we need to take a look at is the question of how humane societies and other people who potentially would be boarding the animals that are confiscated are incorporated into the law. At the moment, it just sort of assumes that they'll be there, but it doesn't really set standards for them in any way or talk about how they'll be there. And I think that one of the concerns that I gathered from the Humane Society is that they're just being cut out of the process entirely, as opposed to, yes, we still really want them to be available to provide those boarding services, because otherwise, we really depend on them for that. And at the same time, we want to make sure that if a person from one of the humane societies is involved in pursuing the investigation, that humane society does not have some sort of an interest in the boarding.
I think, the bill actually states that out, that if there anyone involved in the investigation cannot then be involved in the care of the animal. I think that's that's spelled out in the bill.
Right.
And it doesn't preclude anybody from being part of the care of an animal unless they are involved in the investigation. So I guess
Right.
I'm not really sure, because I think if we start defining who can and who can't, we're going to exclude somebody.
Right. I guess my concern is that the way that it is, the way that it stands right now is being read by some people as excluding them from both the investigation and the boarding, and as opposed to saying you do one or the other. And given that we know what we intend, but that's not necessary. But given that there are some people who are reading that in a way that is different from what we intend, I think that it is part of our job to make sure that our intentions are read clearly.
So I guess we could put something in there: for profit and not for profit. We don't need to spell out anything. Can be involved in the care or the investigation, but not both.
Yeah.
So, because that way you don't exclude anybody, right? For profit and non-profit organizations can be involved in either, right? So we want
Yeah.
to do an either investigation or cost of care, or care
Or care,
of livestock,
but not both.
right? But not both. Okay. And do you think that would? I think that would for profit and non-profit organizations can be involved in either investigation or care of livestock, but not both.
Okay. Maybe could we, Heather, would you be willing to help us and see if that would meet your organization's needs?
Good morning. I can try.
Just state your name for the record,
Oh, sorry.
please.
Heather Faria. I'm with Pope Memorial SPCA in Concord,
Thank you.
and I assist the New Hampshire Federation of Humane Organizations with policy. My reaction to your discussion is that the organizations that have the expertise to care for the animals are the same organizations that have the expertise to assist with an investigation. From our conversations that we've had as this bill has evolved starting last year through the summer, here we are. My understanding is the goal of this is to eliminate a perceived conflict of interest.
That is correct.
So I would suggest that based on the new language you have added about the state vet's office or their designee, having all the decision-making power. They're making the call. Whether or not a humane organization is assisting or not assisting really doesn't have relevance because there's no decision-making power there. So the fact that you're removing them from either offering their expertise, which should be for the benefit of the organization. I mean, they could be the ones saying this animal is old and that's why it looks the way it does, or this animal, I mean, they could be offering that expertise. There are only 2 places in the state that I'm aware of that even have the capacity to provide boarding and care should that be necessary. So I'm just not sure that it's practical, and I'm not sure it's necessary to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, which is that conflict of interest.
Okay, maybe, and just a thought came out, if the for-profit or nonprofit is involved in the complaint of the animal, do you know what I mean? Right. So I'm trying to work this because I understand what you're saying, but we don't want someone who is the one initiating the complaint to be involved in either the care or the investigation. You know, I mean, you can't bring the complaint and then be involved in the investigation. You know, because
Well, I would say that maybe you can, because that complaint is going to law enforcement, and their job is to investigate crime, and they're usually pretty good at that. So even if someone makes a complaint, that doesn't mean that the investigation is going to result in a seizure or anything else. They're offering concern based on their expertise. Now, I understand why we're here. Please trust me, I've not forgotten why we're here.
we all know why we're here.
So I don't want you to think I'm naive or
Right.
or foolhardy as it relates to that. I just think that one of the challenges I think that this bill has faced is, you know, perhaps an overreaction to that situation that we're all very sensitive to. I do think if it's made clear who the decision making, where that authority lies, and I would say based on and I don't have the latest version in front of me, I'm getting my bearings as well. If that authority is with law enforcement and with the state vet's office, there's no real opportunity for conflict of interest. You've basically eliminated that. If you were to forego that language in this bill, you might find less resistance to getting something passed as well. So I guess I would just, food for thought, I would just throw it out there.
Okay.
I do think all the work that the department has put into this, and Sheriff Wright is here, he can talk about legal process, which I think is very informative. My position as this bill has unfolded is to defer to law enforcement, because really our job is to support law enforcement. So I would defer to his comments about whether this gives law enforcement the professional discretion they need, and to have both the experts on hand and to follow a process. And I'm not sure I said the thing you wanted me to say, but that's the best I can offer.
We're trying to strike a balance here, and we found a flaw in the bill that needs to be corrected. We're trying our best, but that's why we're having this, and we're having the discussions, because we want to get it right. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that one of the things that you just mentioned that's, I think we weren't as fully aware of, is the very small number of organizations that would be capable of taking on the boarding, and I think that that has an effect on my perception of it, because it's not like, okay, if you have someone from one organization that's involved in the investigation, there are many other places that could pick up the slack. It's like, okay, you've just eliminated half of them, and I think that's having that piece of information is fairly important for how we're going about this.
Understood.
So thank you.
Thank you so much
Yeah,
for your involvement, Representative Sheriff Wright.
Good morning, Representative.
Morning.
I just wanted to speak.
Please state your name for the
Yep,
record.
my name
please.
is Sheriff Bill Wright. I'm the Belknap County Sheriff. I am the president, and I represent the New Hampshire Sheriff's Association, and I'm speaking on this matter as part of that. Just so you know, we're actually in support of this bill, with the exceptions of two areas that we'd like to address. One of the areas is in number 8, where it says, and of course I'm going based on as introduced.
And that's the only version there is.
Okay, good. Number 8, where it says the name and address of the owner shall not be publicized until the case is adjudicated.
Yep.
There's times that in the investigatory world, we have to put things out to solicit information from people, the public, as to what they know or what they've seen or what they've heard. That helps us with the investigation process, and we would need to put information out. Not to mention that we answer to our constituents as well as to what's going on in the neighborhood, and when multiple police vehicles show up, people want to know. So sometimes we do have to put information out. We prefer to put information out as a transparency purpose and keep our constituents aware. So that section is of concern of us and our ongoing investigatory processes. Another area that we looked at is we want to make sure that we can work with those people who have the expertise in these areas, and some of these people actually, these businesses that are out there, SPCA, Humane Society, things like that, where we may call them and ask them for some expertise in these areas that we don't have. Police are generalists. We don't specialize in specific animal type stuff. We rely on these people. Well, if those people are the ones that we're calling to assist in the investigatory process, we run into a concern if they are also the ones that have the only ability to host these animals in the event. So we want to make sure that that these people that we do call for this assistance and this expertise, and we rely on their information as experts in the matter subject, that we also can utilize those people for when we need these animals placed or what have you. I am aware that there's also a Senate bill, and I'm not here to discuss the Senate bill, but I do know that there's one there that discusses hearings and all that should confiscation of an animal happen in the speediness of getting that done, which I think will help with this bill the way it is. That's why we're more in support of the way that this is written, with the exceptions of the areas I've talked about.
Representative Bixby, did you have something?
Just one of the things that I wanted to make that I think should be clear is that there's a flaw in current law that speaks about an officer of a licensed humane society, and there is no licensing process for humane societies, so that's problematic. But we can put together something that will. I think we can put together something that would allow you to consult without having to create a licensing process for humane societies.
Excellent. Our thing is just having that local expert. That's all we want.
Okay, so I guess that and that expertise could come from a humane society. It also there are other sources of expertise that might be available, and perhaps including the list of designees that the department would be putting together.
Right, because it says here that the investigating officer for a case involving livestock shall be accompanied by the state veterinarian or designee. So you would be accompanied by somebody, the state vet or their designee, and designee is exactly that. It's wide open so that they could call on anybody with expertise with that particular species of animal. So that's why we've left the wording the way it is and then put it in there.
Excellent.
Good. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what is the pleasure of the subcommittee?
I think.
Mike. It's okay.
I think that at this point it might be time to. So I think we might. We've covered all the areas of concern that I had at this point, up to this point. Oh,
Okay.
actually, there was one area of concern, another area of concern I had, but I don't think that, I haven't had a chance to look at it very closely, and I think that it's a moot point.
Okay.
We had a letter from Mr. Ehrenberg that indicated a number of things that it looked like were being struck from law, and my understanding is that those things are not being touched by the bill, and I think that by creating a new section that looks specifically at livestock, it's going to be even clearer that those aren't touched.
All right, I agree. I definitely agree that we probably need a new subsection
Yeah.
dealing specifically with livestock.
So I guess that the procedure at this point is to work with the department at some point today
Yes.
to come up with breaking it out into a new section, and then bringing it back tomorrow morning so we can discuss that draft and then get it off to OLS.
Okay,
So
excellent. Representative Haskins, Representative Kenny, have anything? All set. Dr. Harvey?
Thank you. One more note, I just found it in the bill. I had to go back and do some more reading. This will help us today when we're working on the definition of livestock.
Okay.
In the opening paragraph,
Right.
the author did astutely reference RSA 42738(3), which is one of the laws I was referencing earlier where livestock is defined. So I think this paragraph helps us a lot. I was looking for it earlier. I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. All right. All right. Well, I will call this meeting adjourned. Subcommittee work session adjourned, and I will see. We're meeting again tomorrow morning at 9:30. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture Committee. And I would like to first welcome our substitutes this morning, Representative Salig and Representative Ryan. Welcome to our committee, and thank you for taking the time to fill in. I would like Representative Scully, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. We've got a full plate this morning of a work session and to go over these bills and hopefully be able to vote on them. And I guess we will start off with HB 1013, prohibiting games in which the object is to capture a pig. And I have handed out an amendment HB 1013, which is, I hope everybody has a copy, 2026-0718H. And what I've done with this, based on what we discussed at our work session last week regarding this, is that make a new section regarding contests involving pigs that in order to promote an educational, humane, and safe event for contestants, livestock, and viewers, and in consultation with livestock farmers, livestock veterinarians, the State Fair Association, and the University of New Hampshire Cooperative Extension, the Commissioner of Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food, with the correct commas in the correct places, shall identify and publish best handling practices and recommendations for contests involving the capture of pigs. Such practices and recommendations shall be published in advance of the 2027 fair season and shall include A, handling of pigs during release and capture, supervision of contestants during the event, guidance for training of individuals supervising or assisting, and the manner and provisions for the transportation of pigs to be taken home by contestants. So we covered, basically all the different things that people were concerned about. And the second provision is that the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food shall also adopt rules under RSA 541-A relative to enforcement of best practices, ensuring that rules are followed by organizers and participants, including a penalty for violating such best practices, which includes a period of time for which a violative contest shall not be in operation. So we wanted to avoid criminal penalty and fines, but allow for, if these contests are not following their own rules, that the Department of Agriculture can be punitive in saying that they can't operate one of these events for a period of time after. It could be a year, could be 2 years, whatever this best practices list includes. And the effective date that the act shall take effect upon its passage. And I heard from one of the fair organizers from the Deerfield Fair this past couple of days. She's very much in favor of this, and indeed does follow this already. And I just think that this is a good groundwork and practice for Department of Agriculture to put these fairs on notice, to say, hey, you got to have rules that include certain things that are going to be protective of both contestants, but most importantly, the humane treatment of livestock. And there are fairs that do this very well. Other fairs that probably need some guidance and some help. So I hope that you will support this amendment. Any questions? Representative Bixby.
I'm not strictly a question, it's more like a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
I think one of the things that we heard in the hearing was that there is a range in terms of how well different fairs manage their pig scrambles, and some of them are doing it quite well at this point, and others are not. And I think that that this bill strikes an appropriate balance between allowing them to go forward, but making sure that that all of our fairs are doing it up to a good standard.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, are you willing to exec this bill? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good enough. I would like to make a motion then to OTP on Amendment 2026-0718H.
Second.
And Representative Wheeler seconds. And since there's no discussion, if anybody would like to say anything, no, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll on this.
First, the amendment.
Yeah, on the amendment. Yeah. And that's amendment number 2026-0718H.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Vote is 15-0. Motion passes.
Thank you. So I'd now like to move OTPA on HB 1013 with the amendment 2026-0718H.
Second.
Second, Representative Wheeler, thank you. And I don't see any need for discussion, but if anybody wants to say anything, bless you. And in seeing no discussion, I ask the clerk to call the roll on motion of OTPA.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Vote is 15-0. Motion passes.
Thank you. So also in the interest of time, because I know Representative Comtois has to leave at 11, I'm going to skip over to HB 1053, the establishing a study committee to determine if and how the Department of Agriculture could receive electronically submitted pesticide use reports. Representative Comtois, would you like to speak, tell us about what's going on with that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my discussions with Director Russo, it was discovered that I guess what we look at as a database and what other people look at as a database, they do have some sort of a database, but I think at the present time, this bill needs to be ITL'd until next year when we can actually work on it, because right now what they do is they have an Excel spreadsheet that then goes into Access and it's on a local server. So it's not in the cloud or anything like that. Although I do like the protections, the clerk had some concerns that if we use the word database, that it could imply a financial note. And in the interest of time for the committee, I thought an ITL may be the best way to go.
Okay. Comments? Representative Bixby?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, super. Any other questions or comments regarding this bill? No? Do I hear a motion then?
I'll motion ITL on HB 1053.
Okay. Second, Bixby?
I will second.
Okay. All right. No further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll, please. Of ITL on HB 1053.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
15 to nothing, motion passes.
Thank you. And can we put that on consent?
Yes. Do you want to put the 1013 on consent too?
I was just going to ask that. Yes. Yes, if that's okay, for the prior bill, 1013? Okay, good enough. Thank you. All right. Thank you for doing that. And we can skip now to HB 1780, increasing penalties for persons violating laws relative to the sale of seeds, plants, and nursery stock. And again, Representative Comtois, would you like to speak to that bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did pass around an amendment this morning, 2026050H. And basically, the word habitual offender seemed to be a concern to the department. And in discussion, to eliminate some of the confusion, the bill simply says we've addressed the labeling issue, which seems to was the biggest concern for retailers. It says to reuse labeling stickers without having both the calendar month and the year. The germination test was completed, the sell-by date as stated in RSA 432:2 3G, RSA 432:2 5C, and RSA 433:2 7A, and the lot number that matches the existing original lot number. What we're deleting is relabeling shall not occur more than once, because that really seemed to be the sticking point. And then we added the wording, seed shall not be sold more than 36 months from the production date, which seems to be in accordance with other states and is agreeable to all parties.
Any questions or comments about the amendment? I do support this amendment. I think it's common sense and very helpful in clarifying a lot of confusion and what was happening with our department and the retailers. Representative Bixby, you had your hand?
Yeah, I think that this approach makes sense, and if this was the only area where there was a consistent problem with habitual offense that wasn't where it wasn't being effectively dealt with because of limitations, I think that we basically, this pretty much solves the problem. And if there is another habitual offense issue in the future, then we can deal with that when it comes up.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move OTP on the amendment 2026050H on House Bill 1780.
Okay, do I hear a second?
May I just clarify the amendment number?
2026-0750H.
Thank you. I misheard.
Okay, sure enough. Do I hear a second to Representative Comtois? Representative Bixby seconds. Thank you. And do I hear any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on OTP for the amendment 2026-0718. I'm sorry, 0750H.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Sure, go ahead.
Is it necessary to call rolls on amendments, or can it be done with a show of hands?
I guess it can be shown by a show of hands, as far as I understand.
Amendments too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Amendments as well.
yeah.
I serve on another committee, and it's done by show of hands, so perhaps we're doing it wrong in the other place, but it seemed like this would speed up the process, and we're on camera so everybody can see what's happening, so I thought I would ask.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask Paul.
Yeah, my recollection from years past is that we have always, in this committee, we have always done it with a roll call, and I don't know if we've always been doing more work than we need to, or if it's just, so yeah, we'd check with Paul, but until we do so, we should probably continue with roll calls.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes,
Vote is 15-0. Motion passes.
thank you. Everyone on consent?
Yes, consent would be great.
Do we,
That was just the
that was just.
Oh, that
the
was just the
amendment.
amendment. Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I'm ahead of myself here.
It's okay.
So do I hear another motion? Oh, God.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer an OTPA on HB 1780 with the amendment 2026050H.
Do I hear a
I'll second
second?
that.
Thank you. And any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on OTPA for HB 1780 with the amendment 2026-0750H.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes,
15-0. Motion passes.
thank you. Can we put that on consent?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay. And I just as a reminder, that Representative Comtois, excuse me, Representative Comtois, you are doing the committee report for this bill as well as HB 1053, and I will be doing the committee report for HB 1013 thus far, and we can move along now. All right, the next bill I'd like Representative Comtois to talk about is HB 1186.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we discussed, we found some discrepancies in the law relative to the sale of labeling of eggs. Last week, I sent around an amendment, 2026-0613H, about the exemption of what a small producer is, and we defined what a commercial egg producer would be in this state. This is so that our small back producers continue without violating the current law that has been on the books for several years. So this really is a necessary bill. I know there was discussion that the RSA might be just deleted, But in further looking at the federal law and the CFRs and that, this bill is definitely needed for our small backyard farmers for producing eggs. So I would strongly urge everyone to support this. So.
Any discussion for this amendment? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so, did you, in the process of looking at the CFRs, were you able to determine whether, as a state, we're allowed to create an exemption?
So, Representative Bixby, no, that's beyond my level of expertise. Where I didn't delve in that deeply. I did see that there was a small exemption for giving eggs to your neighbor or producing for yourself. But this bill goes a little bit further than that, that I could see. So.
So, I think that I'm not sure that the department's going to be entirely happy with us, but I think that even if this creates a situation where the federal government might think that they should be coming down on someone who sells 5 dozen eggs to neighbors, I don't think they're going to bother. So I think we should just go ahead with it.
I appreciate that.
Representative Minor?
Yes, I'm sorry. What amendment was that?
20260613H.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
613H. Does everybody have a copy of that?
I do.
I have 0480H.
That was the one before.
That was the one before.
Yes.
That came out last week.
Yeah, I sent
Yeah,
it
that
out.
we got it last week.
It's about eggs.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
may I ask a question?
You may ask a
I'm going
question.
to ask it of Representative Comtois. Representative Comtois, is the Honorable John Burt happy with this amendment?
100% and then some.
Then I'm happy too.
Okay. All right. So the amendment is 0613H. I'm just looking to see. I know you emailed it out, right? I just don't know if I printed a copy for me.
I did have them made and did.
I got
forward
it here,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
I got it here. Okay. Did anybody not see it? No.
All set.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to move OTP on Amendment 20260613H on House Bill 1186.
Okay, and Representative Germana, seconds. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment 0613H for HB 1186.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron,
Yes.
15-0, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move OTPA on House Bill 1186 with Amendment 20260613H.
Second from Representative Germana. Thank you. Any further discussion? I would like to thank Representative Comtois for all the work that she's done on this particular bill and ask the clerk to call the roll. On OTPA for HB 1186 with Amendment 2026-0613H.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Absolutely.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yeah.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes,
15-0, motion passes.
thank you. And can we put that on consent?
Yes, consent would be good. And also,
Excellent.
Representative Germana just texted Paul, and Paul texted back saying that amendments can be done with a voice vote or a show of hands.
Okay. Well, if you'd like to do that, we can do that.
I think for anything where there's not any particular disagreement, that would be the best approach.
All right. Well, sure enough. Thank you. All right. And then Representative Comtois, you will be doing the committee report on that as well. And I need committee reports as soon as possible. Thank you. All right. Let's see. There's one other bill that I'd like to skip, that I'd like to talk about right now, since Barb, you've been working on that, is HB 1766 relative to cruelty to livestock. And I know you had a subcommittee meeting about that bill this morning. Please give us an update on where we are with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The subcommittee met this morning with various interested parties. It has come to our attention that the amendment needs some real work. The department is going to be working on probably breaking out a new subsection dealing specifically with livestock in regards to that RSA. And the subcommittee will be meeting again tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay, wonderful. Seeing as I'm not planning on execing any bills next Tuesday. We will have hearings on Tuesday, but because there will be people who will be absent because of vacation week, I will then say that this is a bill that will be discussed and we would have to exec it out before March 5th. So I'm expecting that to be able to happen on the 3rd.
I believe that we will be able to get something done and drafted in the subcommittee tomorrow to get submitted to OLS.
Okay, good enough. Thank you for that. Okay, let's then go to HB 1018, which is 1018 is prohibiting the use of certain second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Any discussion about that particular bill, Representative Bixby?
So we had two bills about anticoagulant rodenticides, and this one creates a complete ban on second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, but does not speak to first-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, which also do cause secondary poisoning. The one of the issues with banning a complete ban is that there are certain situations particularly in terms of public health, where it's there aren't enough good other alternatives in some cases to allow for a complete ban. The bill so 1018 does have a certain number of exemptions laid out in it, but the exemptions don't necessarily cover everything that would be necessary to exempt for public health purposes, and And if we start doing sort of piecemeal exemptions, that gets more problematic. So the bill that we're going to be talking about a bit later moves the basically bans the sale of escars to any non-certified, non-licensed person in the state, and that basically means that the only people who will be using them are people who are licensed to use them, are licensed pest applicators, and I'll go into that bill a little bit more later. But in terms of oversight, I think that gives us a stronger approach than 1018. So I think I would not favor having 1018 go forward.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding HB 1018? I would just like to say that I am in agreement with that assessment, Representative Bixby, and I appreciate you verbalizing that. Would you like to make a motion then?
Yes, I would like to move ITL on HB 1018.
Representative Comtois?
I will second that.
Seconds. Okay, super. All right. Any other further discussion on Representative Wheeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote against the ITL on this because I personally believe that the exemptions in the bill are well set and that I see the public health threat as the continued use of these rodenticides and the poisoning of, the environment. I'm going to vote for the complete ban because I think that the continued use of this and other pesticides will only exacerbate the situation and make it much worse by destroying the ecosystem and preventing what I believe is the true solution to this, which is symbiosis. So I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Representative Gruber?
Yes. I understand that HB 1676, which limits consumer access to high-risk rodenticides, is the what we think would be adequate. And if that's the case, I'm concerned it's not quite adequate, and I think I need to vote against this too because I think this is a very, very serious environmental issue. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so before us, we have a motion of ITL for HB 1018, and I think we are done with comments unless anybody else has anything. No? Then I would ask the clerk to call the roll, and I know that Representative Barber has just stepped out to go pick up some copies upstairs, so she will not be here to lend a vote.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes?
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Nay.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Nay.
Representative Gruber,
Nay.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
11-3, motion passes.
Okay. With three, I believe that we would not be able to put that on consent. Is that correct?
I think you can do
You
consent.
can-
matter.
If no one who voted no on it
Objects?
to it being on consent, we can put it on consent.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that would be on consent. Thank you. Okay. And Representative Bixby, you would be writing the committee report for that?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we have next on our list. Well, I'm gonna I think we should go on with HB 1676, which is limiting consumer access to certain high-risk rodenticides. And Representative Barber, just passing around the amendment to that, and we can discuss this. Representative Barber, would you like to speak to this amendment?
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. This was a, the amendment here was a simple removal of 3 of the chemical rodenticides from the bill. So it removed the bromethalin, the cholecalciferol, as well as the zinc phosphide. This was at the recommendation of those who spoke at the hearing, and so it was a very simple change. Does not affect the rest of the bill.
Any other questions, comments regarding that, Representative King?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this amendment a little bit. If I look at the original bill, you have on line 430:59, and then I don't know. I'm just not sure what we're getting rid of in this bill, or what's being changed, or how this is being put in there. Can somebody just explain it to me?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so
Representative Bixby.
so in the original bill, the last 3 items on the list of pesticides that it would cover were bromethylene, cholecalciferol, and zinc phosphide. Bromethylene and cholecalciferol are not second generation anticoagulant rodenticides or first generation. They have a different chemistry, and that chemistry does not persist in the body of the dead animal for very long. So they don't have the secondary poisoning problems that the second generation rodenticides do, or any of the anticoagulants do. Zinc phosphide is a much more potent rat poison, and
It's already restricted.
it is already restricted, so we don't need to restrict that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding this?
You want me to speak a little more to it?
You sure can.
Okay, so this is the second or third time around on on dealing with second generation anticoagulant rodenticides, and we had a bill last term that would have banned them, and we were told that there was imminent action from the federal government, and that the Board of Pesticide Control was following it closely and would be acting on the recommendations from the federal government. Those federal recommendations have yet to appear, and the Board of Pesticide Controls has not acted on this of their own accord, and this is a pressing issue at the same because there are certainly secondary poisonings from escars that are happening, particularly to our predator and carrion eating populations, such as bald eagles and hawks, a whole assortment of hawks, including our state raptor, the red-tailed hawk, and also mammals such as fishers, and I believe there are a number of other carrion-eating mammals that have also been affected by secondary poisoning. And one of the things that we heard in testimony is that there are some of the SGARs are more commonly used in formulations that are used by professional pest control providers. There are other formulations that are more commonly used by in formulations that are commercially available, and there tends to the amount of off-target poisoning is a little bit higher by the ones that are more commonly used by consumers. So that suggests that there is in fact a differential in terms of where, what the source of the poisoning is that's actually getting out into the environment. So by restricting this to licensed applicators, we expect that we will be limiting the amount of exposure to wildlife. It probably will not reduce it to zero, but this is trying to strike a balance between getting appropriate control of out of control rodent populations that cause public health problems versus also reducing as much as possible the off-target poisoning. Another aspect of this is that by putting this under only under the purview of licensed applicators, we also have a greater degree of control. So if it turns out that there continue to be problems with any specific things on the list, it might be possible to create a more stringent ban in the future. But that's not part of this bill. But it does, by putting the control on license applicators, it does because they are responsible to the department and for their and dependent on their licensing to the department, that gives us a much greater degree of oversight. It also provides a greater degree of data in terms of knowing how much is being put out there. We have no idea what's being put out there by people who are buying it off the shelf, but because because this will be sold only through regulated channels, we will have a much clearer idea of what the quantities being sold are. So that's why this bill is, I think, preferable to the one that we heard earlier.
Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I will also be voting in favor of this bill. We've heard it before in terms of the science. I don't think there's any doubt about the effects on wildlife. I don't doubt that at all. I am concerned about whether or not in certain circumstances this still needs to be a tool in the toolbox for our professional applicators. And I think that Representative Bixby did a nice job talking about how limiting it to the licensed applicators also gives us and gives the agency a lot more data to work with and a lot more potentially control in the future. I also want to say to, our colleagues on the committee and folks who have come and spent a lot of time testifying about the seriousness of this issue, I agree, and I want action to be taken on this. And quite frankly, if we passed the straight up ban that we were talking about earlier, I have no reason to believe that would make it through the process and ultimately be signed into law. To me, this is a good step. It's a good compromise. It moves us in the right direction. It doesn't get us probably exactly where we want to go, but we can actually make progress as opposed to, as I said, I think the outright ban, if that's what we tried to kind of hang our hats on, I think we would be left with nothing at the end of the session.
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we discussing the amendment or the bill at this current time?
The amendment.
Thank you.
Would you like to discuss the bill as well?
Wait for the vote on the amendment.
We haven't even had a motion.
We haven't had a
Okay.
motion yet.
So,
Actually, I guess we're still in work session, so is wide open.
Okay, so I'm going to vote for the amendment, but I'm going to vote against the bill. And the reason I'm going to vote against the bill is because we have a pesticide control board, and we sat here and heard that this is at one of the top things on their list of things to do, and they are absolutely working on this. They realized after last session when they said the EPA was working on it and thought they would come out with rules, they realized that that wasn't happening, and they are moving forward. And I think with the Pesticide Control Board, it is their expertise that I'm going to rely on in regards to restricting use to whom and what that should look like. I believe that their expertise is needed, and I believe that we have a Pesticide Control Board for a reason. So thank you.
So that I believe that Representative Barber and Adam Karachi from Pest End worked with members of the Pesticide Control Board and Mr. Rousseau with the crafting of the language of this bill, just as a point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if they worked with them on the crafting of the language, then they can put this language right into their requirements.
Thank you. Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Representative Minor, you had your hand up?
Actually, excuse me, actually, you answered my question with their explanation.
Thank you. Representative Haskins?
We have kicked this ball around for a couple of years, and it's an extremely important topic. I'm in favor of the bill. I agree that it doesn't get us all the way there. I would love a ban. That's why I voted against the previous ITL. However, being a pragmatist at times, I'm in favor of the bill, and I hope we'll pass it.
Thank you, Representative Potenza, and then Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a comment. I've said this before, the legislature drives the policy, and especially if the Pesticide Control Board, we've had this conversation for a while, ever since I've been a representative, and this is my second term. And we've gone through hours and hours of hearings. And I think that this is truly the closest that we're going to be able to get to have a chance to make it all the way through. And just for that reason and that reason alone, I think that we dictate that, and then the Pesticide Control Board can do their expertise like they can. We're supposed to be the policymakers.
Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by asking a question, please. My read of this law, I see no exemptions here for our farmers in terms of being able to buy these to control the produce that they're producing on our behalf. Could you tell me, am I missing something there?
Well, I would say the majority of farmers already have pesticide certificates that they're certified to use pesticides. I know several farmers who already are, and if they're not, they when they do any kind of spraying, they employ people who are pesticide certified. So I don't know that it's going to be a problem for our agricultural community.
Well, thank you for answering that question. I just have one other comment, if I may. I think that the civil penalty is a bit excessive in terms of what we're putting into the law.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments regarding the amendment or the bill? And if not, are we interested in doing any further exec or anything on this? You're good? Okay, all right. Do I hear a motion? Representative Barber?
Yes, I move that we, pass OTP on the amendment 20260749. I'm sorry.
0749.
49.
H.
Thank you. H. Thank you.
Okay,
I
second?
will second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll on OTP for the amendment 0749H.
Show of hands?
All those in favor?
No, apparently not.
And then we're I guess ask if there is any opposed.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Okay, and do I hear a motion then for OTPA on HB 1676 with the amendment 0749H? Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move OTPA on HB 1676 with amendment.
Gervana seconds, thank you. And any discussion, further discussion? Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on this, please.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
No.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
No.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
13-2, motion passes.
Okay, is it okay to put this on consent? Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, we will move on now to HB 1096, establishing a committee to study ways to manage disposal of vapes and e-cigarettes. I'd like to open the discussion by saying that I've spoken to Representative Ebel from Solid Waste Working Group. And it was her opinion, first of all, the Solid Waste Working Group is working on this issue. So we don't really need a study committee for it. They are been working with people from the industry who produces the vapes, and also the municipalities who are having to deal with the disposal of these. Some of the units, it's a problematic thing because some of the units you can separate the lithium ion batteries and the unit that has the flavoring or whatever, nicotine, whatever it is. Some units you cannot, and that's the problem, is trying to figure out where those go. How are those going to be handled? So there are other people who are working on this issue. There are other studies being done. There's also other states that are moving forward with some legislation on that. And so the recommendation, in talking with several different people, was that we ought not put together a study committee for this at this time. And so I would suggest an ITL on this bill and allow other conversations to continue so that recommendations can be made for a more thorough legislation regarding the handling of these products. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I still think there are some virtues to the study committee. I think that we can combine efforts and move more quickly and try to get something before the legislature in the next session. Having said that, however, I look forward to the work that the Solid Waste Working Group is going to do, and I'll support the ITL.
All right, thank you. And also for the fact that, we already have 3 study committees that we've passed, and time is going to be very precious in the fall. I don't know that we'll really have some time to really delve into this. Is a very complex issue. Anyone else have any comments to lend on this? And seeing none, then I would like to make the motion to ITL this bill.
Okay, you get to write the report. I was going to do it, but you can have it.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I'll make the motion to ITO, and do I hear a second? Second from Representative Germana. Okay. Seeing no further discussion on this, do we have to do a roll call? Yep. All right.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
14-0, motion passes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Could I just make a comment real quick?
Just one second. Could we put that on the consent calendar? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Representative Germana, just I don't know how much research you've done on this, but when this came up, I did a lot, and I was just hoping that maybe you and I could spend 20 minutes and combine all of that information and hand that over to the solid waste working group, because I think it's very valuable. It's kind of like maybe giving them an outline so they can see what's been going on, who's talking about it, all of that kind of stuff. I think that would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
That would be very helpful, and I think Representative Ebel would be very appreciative.
Let's do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to HB 1192, exempting certain household pharmaceutical waste from the definition of hazardous waste. Now, I know that during our hearing, it was said to us that that's basically a housekeeping bill. 1192, what, whatever.
1192.
Yeah.
1192, HB 1192.
It went by so fast. You didn't notice it.
And so, is there anybody who'd like to speak on that? Representative Haskins?
I put this in at the request of the department, and they're here if there are any lingering questions about it.
Well, it seems like a very straightforward bill, which just basically wants to go along with, since 147A was changed, but not the sections in B, C, and D. It makes sense to make everything match. So I would support passage of this OTP on this bill. Representative Bixby?
You just said what I was going to say.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't-
Well, that's good. Any other questions or comments on this? Seeing none, let's see, we,
Need a motion.
I guess, would you like to make a motion,
Sure.
Representative Haskins?
I move OTP on House Bill 1192.
Okay, I would like to second that, please. And with no other further discussion, I'd like the clerk to call the roll on OTP for HB 1192.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes?
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
14-0, motion passes.
Thank you very much. Can we put that on consent?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Awesome. Would like a committee report as soon as possible. Thank you. All right, then we are on to HB 1620, establishing closure and remediation requirements for abandoned or leaking on-premises use, fuel oil tanks, and requiring disclosure of tank status during property sales. And Representative Bixby, I know you were working on an amendment for that?
Yes, so this bill was brought to us, and The general concepts seem to make sense. We don't want to have potentially leaking in-ground oil tanks out there that are not being used and could potentially cause environmental hazards. The cost of removing an oil tank is much smaller than the cost of cleaning up a spill. So so the bill as it came to us had some issues with the way things were defined and the statutes that things got put under. I worked with the oil remediation division at DES, and they helped me an awful lot with getting the language right. So what the new bill does is it creates a specific definition for residential heating underground storage tank, so there's no confusion with other sorts of in-ground oil tanks, particularly not the ones that you might find at a gas station or a convenience store or something like that. And it requires the removal of in-ground residential heating oil underground storage tanks that have not been used for more than 12 consecutive months. So, and it requires that removal be done consistent with fire code. And there are some situations where an underground storage tank might be under another structure and would cause a structural problem for given where it's placed. If removing a system would undermine the integrity of an underlying structure, then that can be closed in place consistent with fire code, and the fire code has a set of procedures for how to deal with these things. So that's quite straightforward. Another potential issue is that if, when the tank is removed, it is recognized that it has been leaking, that's another problem that needs to be remediated, and this requires reporting and remediation if there is evidence of a leak after the tank has been removed. And it also prohibits putting residential underground storage tanks in new construction, and it also requires in real estate law there are a set of things that you're required to notify, and it adds this to the list of things you're required to notify about.
Madam Chair.
Representative Minor.
So the building code, or the building code review board is the people that establish the rules and regulations for this type of application. Underground storage tanks still are, in fact, allowed. They're typically double wall tanks or fiberglass tanks. So I would have to vote against this.
Okay, just a clarification. So there are two different classifications of underground storage tanks. There's an existing classification of underground storage tanks, which is commercially regulated, and those are the ones that are that are regulated by code.
The fire department.
Right. So perhaps maybe we could have Mr. Bishop from the DES come up and explain what that difference is. Is Bob Bishop here? He's not. But Mike Wimsat is. He knows that territory too.
Good morning, Director Wimsat.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsat. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. Yes, and I think to answer your question and the reference regarding DES does regulate underground storage tanks used in commercial setting. We do not regulate residential underground storage tanks, other than when there's a release, there's a requirement to investigate and clean up that release. So as I understand this amendment, it would be just saying that new residential construction, which would be an underground storage tank that would be, if the one were to to be allowed would be going into the ground without specific regulation by DES. If that answers your question.
I believe what the in terms of a new one, this says that you can't do it.
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Right.
So, Representative Minor, do you have a question for Director Wimsatt?
No, actually, I don't at this point, but I don't have a copy of the amendment. Is that something that was just handed out, or?
It was passed around, and I think if there's
There are
any
some on the
extras, they
bench.
may be on the table there.
Thank you.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, if a underground storage tank is placed into a concrete vault, subsurface concrete vault with interstitial monitoring, would you consider that to be an environmentally safe and sound construction practice?
Yes, those construction practices are safe and sound. However, they do require a seasoned and trained operator to maintain those systems and understand when they're malfunctioning. And that's why DES isn't officially taking a position on this bill, but we don't have any objection to what it's doing because in residential settings, typically it's, forgive the term, set it and forget it. People get a tank installed, they make sure it gets filled and that their boiler's running. And other than that, they're not really paying attention to it, which is why we have a lot of problems, even with the condition and operation of above ground tanks that are in people's basements. So the use, in our view, the use of underground storage tank systems in residential settings is bad policy.
May I follow up,
You may
please?
follow up, sure.
So, what are the odds of a double-wall fiberglass tank inside of a concrete structure buried and covered? What's the odds of that actually having a release?
In our experience, there are a number of those tanks that have been installed in recent years in commercial settings, and with proper operation and monitoring, they've been very effective. So they absolutely do work well.
Thank you.
Representative Minor.
Again, I have to object to the fact that it says it shall not be installed. Again, this isn't our wheelhouse. This isn't what we're allowed to do. The Building Code Review Board and other regulatory agencies deal with this, and we shouldn't be going down this path.
Okay. Representative Gruber.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand. It states if we remove a leaking tank, new construction you can't put one in the ground, but you could replace it with another tank in the ground on an existing home. Is that right? How it's written now?
Well, in terms of right now, that could happen, certainly.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It would appear that with this, I don't know, according to the language in this bill, it sounds like it doesn't really specifically, explicitly address a replacement.
Right. So this bill, my understanding then, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if we remove a leaky oil tank from a residence, after they remove it, they could put another one just like it in the ground. Is that correct?
Representative Bixby.
I believe that I hopefully a tank would be removed before it's leaky.
Well, let's say.
But
yeah.
So this would, since it says not be installed in any new construction, I believe that a replacement could conceivably be put in place, and that would be, so if someone recognizes that their underground storage tank is getting towards the end of its life and they want to replace that, I don't see that this bill would prevent that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that that would be best practice, but I don't see that this bill would prevent that.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple different questions. First for the director. Okay, so the bill, how I read it, is not restricting anyone if they want to do exactly what Representative Scully said. If someone wants to spend the money to put or is that already a separate RSA that they are not allowed to put an oil tank in the ground at this point? Because this bill is not saying that you can't do that.
With respect, my understanding is the amendment says that for residential new construction, you cannot put, it would not allow you to put in one.
That's new construction.
And if I beg pardon?
That's new construction.
Correct.
Okay.
And if I may note that the discussion about replacement of an existing tank that leaked, it is exceedingly rare, if, I'm not sure I've ever heard of it happening, if someone, after they've gone through a leaking underground storage tank in a residential setting, choosing to put another one in every case I'm aware of, they've closed that tank, tried to address the release, and put an above ground tank in.
Okay, Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill deals with, just as Director stated, getting rid of tanks that are in the ground. The amendment deals with outlawing, let's say, or not allowing new tanks to be installed in the ground during new construction. There's absolutely no RSA or building code that says this can't be done.
Okay, Representative Bixby?
Okay, so first, I'd like to just get some information from the director, and then I'll move on to the question of the new construction. So, what is the cost what's the cost of the typical cost of doing a remediation for a residential oil tank leakage in an underground system?
I'm not sure I have one for that. I will tell you that most residential settings have above ground storage tanks, and the average cost for responding to a release of that is on the order of between $25,000 and $30,000. It goes up from there with respect to a response to a release from an underground storage tank. And I unfortunately I don't have a specific number for you.
I believe that the number there was a release in underground storage tank release in Easton that Mr. Bishop mentioned, and I believe that was close to 100,000.
That was very expensive, yes, and maybe even more than that.
Yeah. Sure. And the cost of removing a tank that has not leaked. Do you happen to know that?
That's considerably less. We do actually have a safe tank program for residential to assist low-income eligible owners of tank systems that need replacement, not necessarily because they've had a release, but because they're substandard and they need to be improved. And we provide about, I think the figure is somewhere around $4,000 reimbursement for an above-ground tank. I think the number is $10,000 for an underground storage tank.
And I believe that the removal cost is, a lobbyist mentioned that the removal cost ranges from like 5,000 to 10,000.
That's probably fair.
So that's a much easier to deal with it before there's a problem than after.
Oh, most certainly.
Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. So I'm here, Representative Minor's concern about, are we crossing into a lane that is not ours with regard to building code? So are there other examples in your purview, within DES's purview, of regulations regarding residential construction limitations that are comparable to this? Or, because I think that's a really good question, what's in our lane and what's not, and I'm wondering if there are comparable regulations elsewhere the DES has.
As a general rule, activities that occur or systems that are installed in residential homes are not something that we typically regulate.
Representative Bixby?
Okay, so one possibility here is we don't exec this today. I get a revision to the amendment to remove the prohibition on that's at line 24 and 25. If I were to do that, would the representatives Minor and Scully be willing to support this?
Representative Minor?
Having just received this amendment, I have to look through it, but that's the only thing that seems to stick out right now that I would object to. So the answer is maybe.
Representative Scully?
Allow me please to answer it this way. If you would have passed this amendment right now, I would keep it off consent. If you want to remove that section, I do want to do a little bit more research myself, but I would be much more amenable to this amendment if that objectionable section was removed.
Okay. Representative Potenza?
Yeah, I think it's a problem to have that line there, and I'd be supporting the bill with its removal. I also think it's important just to say here, because if someone has a very expensive piece of property and they don't want those things. There's a lot of people that don't like, same thing with propane tanks. They don't want the look, if they're going to be willing to spend the money to do that in a very safe. What he's talking about is almost non-existent of having a leak. Then I think they should have the right to do that, and I don't think it falls under our purview. But I think we should remove it.
Representative King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did we already address the issue of the term underground versus buried? I know that was something that we did. Okay, my apologies. Maybe somebody can clue me in private.
Representative Selig, you have some comment.
Thank you. I have a question more probably for the sponsor than for you, sir. And I appreciate your time. And again, I know I don't serve on this committee, but just the timeline of not being used for 1 year. I wonder, especially if you're going to be doing a revised amendment. I think about properties that have gone into probate because of the loss of the person living there, and those can sometimes take more than a year to adjudicate, which would mean it wouldn't be being used for. And I don't know if that, again, this is way beyond my normal range. I serve education for a reason and not science things. And yes, I did say science things for the record. And so I don't know whether it's necessary or not to have some sort of line that in the event of probate, there could be some sort of extension permitted. So I just pose that as a question.
Yeah, I can consult with, clearly, there needs to be an adjustment to the amendment. I can consult with Mr. Bishop in terms of whether that 12-month timeline whether it makes sense to shift that a little bit. I think that the most important thing is that we want to make sure that there aren't legacy tanks that are just sitting there potentially containing oil and rotting away and then causing a spill. And
Absolutely. I fully support that concept. I just
Sure. Representative Minor?
So when Representative Bixby says it's sitting there for 12 months, that doesn't mean that the house isn't being heated or the hot water isn't being made. You don't typically abandon a house. You keep even in probate, you keep the house up and running. So there would be fuel in the tank. So in fact, it would be actually working. It would be within the purview of the 12 months.
oh, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
You don't want pipes to freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Representative Barber has a question, and clearly this is going to require an additional amendment, and we'll have to plan on executing this out on the 3rd of March.
Okay.
But go ahead, Representative Barber, and then we'll move on.
Actually, just a comment, jumping on to Rep. Selig's comment. What if somebody is completely restoring or remodeling a home? They're not living there. Is that considered abandoned? It could take several years on a property. So that's another thought.
Right. I think that the information that I got from Mr. Bishop was that the number of underground residential heating oil tanks at this point is actually quite small, and the number of situations that we're getting into that would be touched by by the concern you mentioned is somewhere between negligible and non-existent. So I think that the general, there are a number of heating oil companies that will not deliver to in-ground tanks that to the residential heating oil tanks that are in ground now. And when there's a change of hands and you're dealing with the oil company in terms of how to re-upping the service, etc., their strong recommendation is don't bury it. So so we're looking at a relatively small and diminishing a number of cases already, and this basically just sets a procedure in place to deal with it, and there is money available, as Director Wimsatt mentioned, to help with the removal of these. So,
Sure, one more question, and then
This
we
will
have
be
to
quick,
move on.
thank you. So I agree, it's a very bad idea to put an oil tank in the ground, but there are regulations and there are building codes that go along with the installation of a tank. I don't think it's a great idea, but we can't we can't overstep our bounds. We can't tell Building Code Review Board what they can and can't do.
All right.
May I make one other
One other
quick-
comment?
Thank you. I'll try to make it brief. For your consideration, please, I know you're researching this. Again, if you have elderly people, fixed incomes and things like that, if they decided to switch heating systems and they had this type of setup, I would have no objection at all with saying that the contents of the tanks must be removed. I'd be less, I just think we ought to be concerned about suddenly hitting, elderly with fixed incomes with big bills if they decided to switch over to gas if suddenly the line became available. So please just, think about that when you're thinking about the amendment.
And that's where the oil remediation fund subsidy for removals comes into play.
Okay, we're going to move on to HB 1282 in the interest of time. This 1620 is going to require some more work, and we will have an additional work session on that next week. So any concerns or ideas you have for language to be put in this amendment, please get in touch with Representative Bixby. HB 1282, establishing a commission to advise the Department of Environmental Services on food waste diversion. For me, HB 1282, I would like to see a motion of ITL on that bill. Number one, I think it's establishing another commission is not something that I'm interested in pursuing, and I believe Mr. Nork from DES had mentioned that since we banned food waste from going into landfills, we're just, and not too long ago, we're just in the process of building the infrastructure to deal with food waste. And I think that there are a lot of people who are working on this. There are a lot already. There are a lot of people who are working on, different ways to handle food waste from organizations and hospitals and nursing homes and things like that. So I don't believe that there's really any value in a commission like this, and I would like to entertain a motion of ITL at some point. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that there might be some role for us in terms of encouraging and speeding the process of getting food waste diversion online, but I don't think that a commission is the way to do that. I would, if there is more money needed for a targeted grant program that would provide incentives, that's something that would probably be good to propose in a budget year, but I doubt that getting a number of representatives from organizations who were not necessarily consulted about their being included in this bill together to discuss how to do it is going to get us there faster.
Okay, thank you, Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with your sentiment. I think that the program, in a sense, is in its with what we passed, is in its infancy, and I think it needs some time so we can get data. And I don't think a commission is the way to go. I also agree with what Representative Bixby just said.
Okay. All right. Well, Representative Potenza, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to. Oh, I don't have it in front of me. Well, that would be nice if I. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for inexpedient to legislate House Bill 1282.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Representative Scully seconds. Okay. Any other further discussion on ITL for HB 1282? I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
15-0, motion passes.
Okay, can we put that on consent? Thank you. All right. Next bill that I want to discuss is HB 1275 relative to the effects of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances on agriculture. And Representative Germana, I know you've been working on an amendment for that.
I have, Madam Chair, and I'll just give the committee an update because I'm still trying to work with the department to make sure that I have the wording correct. One of the main things that we were discussing, number one, is, and I think there's still some discussion to be had about the moratorium. I think that my sense is that there's a consensus that we would remove the moratorium, number one. Number two, we want to include something about testing. What we would like to see is that agricultural land is tested prior to the application of biosolids. We want to see what the kind of baseline PFAS level is on agricultural land. The combination of the baseline PFAS and PFAS, which is present in the biosolid, obviously needs to stay below a certain target range. So I need to work with, to find out really, there are two places in statute, one which is a DES regulated area in statute. The other is under the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. So I need to have a conversation with some folks at those agencies to figure out which part of statute the testing piece would go into.
Okay. Sounds good. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment as well. I also would like to hear from a scientist to give us a little more information about these PFAS chemicals, and I wonder if we could call her for some explanation.
Now? Here?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Orlando.
Welcome to Environment and Agriculture, Ms. Orlando. And yeah,
Yes. Thank you.
please state your name and where you're from.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to be here. My name is Laura Orlando. I'm senior scientist at a national nonprofit called Just Zero. I'm also a professor of environmental health at the Boston University School of Public Health, and I'm coming in from Brookline, Massachusetts. And I'll be referring to some numbers, I think, and I've made copies for the members. Madam Chair, may I?
You may
this
pass them
around?
out to our committee. Thank you for bringing that information. And I wonder, Representative Haskins, with regard to you working on an amendment, is there something that you can work in conjunction with Representative Germana to be a combined amendment?
Sure. Also, of course, I'm the original bill, Representative Thomas, I'm working with her on this amendment, and we'll continue to, and we'll be happy to work with Rep. Germana as well.
Okay, thank you.
But I wondered if Ms. Orlando could talk to us about a moratorium and about a health-based contamination threshold.
Okay, and in the interest of time, we really have to move along. So if you can please be brief,
I'll be
appreciate
brief.
it.
Yes, I do support a moratorium. I did have a chance to watch the Tuesday hearing, and it seems there's not support for a moratorium. So I suggest a health-based threshold established at 1 part per billion for PFOA and 1 part per billion for PFOS. And this is based on science that came out of the EPA in the draft risk assessment for PFOA and PFOS in sewage sludge. And I also heard at the Tuesday hearing last week talk that New Hampshire sludge isn't contaminated, or at least not contaminated compared to Maine, because it doesn't have the same industries. But you'll see what I passed around. I did find, I didn't have a lot of notice that I was coming here, but I did find a USGS report where samples were taken from 5 wastewater treatment plants and 9 agricultural sites. 5 of which had sewage sludge spread on them, 4 of which did not. And you can see those numbers are very high. The sludged fields, orders of magnitude high. And what the risk assessment tells us is that 1 part per billion, a farmer eating his or her own food, an egg a day for 10 years for a single sludge application will cause harm to their health and their family's health. And when you, in one elegant thing about that risk assessment is if it's 10 part per billion, the risk is 10 times greater. If it is 50 parts per billion, then the risk is 50 times greater. And we're talking about testicular cancer, kidney cancer, thyroid disease, immune deficiencies. We're talking about a host of health problems that we don't want to see the people of New Hampshire have or in any other state. So prevention is really the way to go here.
Okay. Representative Tenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate this. Can you explain at the bottom here? So I'm representative in Rochester. So of course I'm looking here at the Rochester wastewater treatment facility where we've had a lot of issues with there's issues all over the state, but we're having a lot. So you're saying here that from that report, PFOS is 6.05 parts per billion, correct?
And then the sum of PFAS, the third column,
Yes.
is in parts per billion. All these numbers are in parts per billion. That's 1,000 times a part per trillion. Okay, so the drinking water standard, if it's 15 parts per trillion, that's 15,000 parts per billion, to give you some sense of, it's the same thing. It's just more of it, right? So the sum is a 36 analytes. That's what this particular test was looking for. We know there are thousands, 15,000 and counting different PFAS compounds, but this particular method looked at 36 of them. So that's the sum of the 36. And then the fourth column is very important to our discussion because that's the TOPSA. It's total oxidizable precursors. Precursors are the building blocks of PFAS. And those building blocks are in sewage sludge. And when the sludge is land applied, those building blocks continue to form PFAS, including PFOA and PFOS. So think of the single numbers as the floor and the TOPSA as a kind of ceiling, at least for what we know right now. So what these numbers are telling you is that there's a whole lot of PFAS in New Hampshire sewage sludge that's going onto agricultural fields. And when you flip this over and you see New Hampshire PFAS soil results, they looked at documented sewage sludge application sites, and you'll see those numbers jump, by orders of magnitude. That exists in the state. So the proposal here is not to add more to the soil. These numbers show exactly why the legislature should act on this.
Okay, Representative Minor.
Yes, thank you very much, and I think you answered my question. So you do not recommend spreading this sludge on farmland?
I do not recommend it. I recommend that sewage sludge be landfilled, and you're already paying the cost of hauling, so that's an additional cost for the tipping fee for landfilling. Even if we looked at $150 a wet ton and looked at the 40% of sludge that's currently being land applied in the state, we're looking at less than $1 a month per household. Yeah, I just want to say, ulcerative colitis is one of the diseases that comes out of PFAS, and the medication is $5,000 to $7,000 a month. And if you qualify for insurance and breaks and all that, it's still $5 a month. So, and this is a drug you have to take for the rest of your life.
Quick follow-up. So, just in essence, how I know PFAS and PFOS are in everything, but how does it get in sludge from human waste?
No, it's primarily from landfill leachate, Rochester, Turnkeys leachate. Part of it goes directly to the Rochester plant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and for passing this out. This is some great information. You did make a statement about food, and last week we heard in testimony that certain plants and certain foods where it doesn't uptake into the portion that you're eating, but into the stalks and things like that. So does it affect all the food we're eating, or only certain foods based on the complexity of that plant?
Depends on the PFAS compound. Some go to the roots, some go to the shoots, some go to the fruit, right? So, and there's 15,000 of them. We know there's hundreds, in the sewage sludge that we can measure, that we know how to measure. And so the answer to that is it depends. But what we know is, for instance, hay, right? Sludge is often put on hay or grass for livestock. And that livestock, lots of documented evidence that livestock's meat and milk is highly polluted with PFAS. And so, yeah, it does get into our food, absolutely. But there are no federal standards yet for food. Maine's taking some action on meat and milk. And, they're helping farmers who, if you don't do silage, but you grow, there's different, they have recommendations. They're trying to figure out remediation. But remediation is tough. This stuff, they're called forever chemicals for a reason. And so they absolutely get into our food.
So I guess this is going to bear further discussion for next week. This is not a bill that we're going to do anything with today, but clearly there's some issues, and Representative Potenza, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So on page 2, where it starts, the New Hampshire soil PFAS results, could you just tell me how that site right there, how do we know what that is? BTWC, can I get that in one? And
It's a coding that USGS used. And what I did is, when I looked at the metadata to present at this hearing, I distinguished the soil samples from those agricultural fields that there was known sewage sludge application, from those where it's uncontaminated with sludge. So it doesn't mean it's uncontaminated. It could be contaminated from atmospheric disposition or pesticides or something of that nature, but they know that sewage sludge was not spread on that land, and that land is also agricultural land.
Okay, and then can I just ask, so would we be able to find out exactly what that site specifically is, like the highest one on the list here, number 1, at 503.89?
I did not participate in the USGS study, and it's coded in the the data set. I don't know if DES partnered on this. And a lot of times but this is just my opinion, a lot of times to get onto private land, the landowners want to be protected. It's almost like a health study, right? Where they want to be protected and not have their address or GPS coordinates out there. My guess is this is protected data, but I'd start with DES, and then, someone like me or you could write to the authors and say, hey, can we find out, that's probably the simplest way. Can we find out where these sites are?
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, I think that this is something where I would guess that as a precondition of doing the study, the sites were coded and the identifying data was was protected, and the results are essentially disaggregated or aggregated so that the individual landowners are protected from people from people knowing that their particular plot of land was being studied, because I think that you can understand why you'd want to have that privacy protection.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on, and we'll do some further work on this bill next week.
I just want to thank you so much for coming. This is the best information we have had about these chemicals.
I'd be happy to come back and prepare other information for you. That would be helpful to the
We look
committee, and I
forward
thank
to
you
it.
very much for having me here.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate you coming out. HB 1138, we are going to talk limiting the placement of out-of-state waste going into New Hampshire landfills. I don't think that that's going to be something that we're going to exec this week either. There's been a lot of discussion about this with folks that I've been talking to, and there's some concerns about it. But let's talk about it quickly. I know that there are members who are of the committee who are very concerned about this legislation going against the Commerce Clause, and that there is a body of Supreme Court cases, and there's an issue of constitutionality that has been brought up by people who testified. So I don't know, Representative Bixby, what are your thoughts?
I believe that Representative Germano has thoughts.
I do.
Well, you had your hand up, so.
I did have my hand up and some thoughts. So I understand kind of the concerns about kind of constitutionality. I reached out to the attorney from the Department of Justice who testified when we had a study committee a few years ago. Unfortunately, I tried to, but he's no longer with the department. So I've reached out to the department to try to find someone else to talk to. Have not yet heard back from them. What I would say is I tried to structure this bill allowing, for example, 30% for current operators by the year 2030, with the idea in mind that if we think about the balancing act that is required under the Interstate Commerce Clause, allowing 30% waste, that's almost a third for our current operators, who can also increase their what they charge per ton to out-of-state haulers, right? So that would help balance out loss. But also, right now, there's only one landfill in the state that is exceeds 30%. The fact of the matter is that when it comes to out-of-state haulers, right, if we're thinking about how they factor into the Interstate Commerce Clause, theoretically, certainly I would hate to see this, but other existing landfills in the state could actually increase the amount of out-of-state waste that they take in. So in terms of the question of undue burden on out-of-state commerce, I don't see this being an issue here. Number one, Massachusetts companies can pay still a lot less to send their trash here than in-state, number one. Number two, we do not restrict certain materials that they do restrict, right? So again, there's less of a burden from that perspective. And the third piece, which I think I just mentioned, is that other operators in the state could actually increase the amount of out-of-state waste that they take. For all of those reasons, I think that we can strike the balance required by the Interstate Commerce Clause. I think the Department of Justice is always going to say, yes, this is likely to be challenged. We can't tell you how likely the challenge is to be successful. And as I said, I have tried to, in crafting the bill, do it in such a way that I think we can make an argument that this does not pose an undue burden on out-of-state interests, and it does protect in-state interests, which is part of the balancing act required under the Interstate Commerce Clause.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, since Bethlehem is closing, how that might affect the other operators, landfill operators in the state. Are they going to be under more pressure to take in more New Hampshire waste to make sure that, as opposed to out-of-state waste, or vice versa? And there's a concern that even though some of our landfill operators already have sort of a stated commitment that they're going to take care of New Hampshire waste first, do we really feel that we need to make that distinction in that specific number for which there should be a balance between out-of-state and in-state waste?
I don't quite follow the question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, well, I know Representative Comtois had that concern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of concerns. And that one there is when a landfill expands or is put into place, they have to guarantee that they're going to take New Hampshire waste to a certain date, that they're going to fulfill that contract basically with New Hampshire. anything that they think they can take in over and above to make, but they're limited by what they can take in because New Hampshire waste comes first. The other statement that you made is that we would be able to charge more for out-of-state waste. We cannot, because then it's not I'm assuming because of the Commerce Clause, we can't price gouge other states. And then the other fact is that there is hazardous waste that New Hampshire does not accept, and we do ship to other places. And, I would love for people here with better information, but those are my concerns.
Could I
Sure,
address?
sure.
So I would say with regard to the pricing issue, you're right. The state cannot require a differential, but Turnkey already, for example, charges a higher rate for out of state than they do in state. So looking at the rates they currently charge, they can charge quite a lot more per ton than they currently do. But you're right. That can't be mandated by the state.
Okay. Representative Bixby, you had your hand up?
I was
Okay.
pretty much going to say what Nick did.
Okay. Representative Scully.
Thank you. Representative Germana, first of all, I do have it bothers me that we're taking other people's trash and putting it in our state. So that being stated, would we be first in the nation regarding this type of legislation, or has this been done successfully elsewhere?
So a couple years ago, we had a bill that would have any future landfills be publicly owned. And then the operation would be leased to a private company. And the reason why I bring that up is because that's how most states deal with this issue, is they actually Maine does this at Juniper Ridge, and Casella pays $30 million for the contract to operate that facility because it's so lucrative. So that's how most states deal with this issue. There is no other state that I'm aware of who has done this. Other states are talking about trying to do this. And then the National Conference of State Legislatures actually a few years ago passed a resolution calling on Congress to actually pass some specific legislation that would try to give states more flexibility to do this kind of thing. The only way it's going to happen, we've seen this before, right, in the meat inspection bill, right? The point was that Congress hasn't taken action. The purpose for passing that bill was to kind of lay a marker and say something needs to be done. And there have been numerous efforts to try to get Congress to act on this, to give states more flexibility. So I see this being similar to the meat bill in that regard. But to your question, most states deal with this by publicly owning the land on which the landfill operates.
Representative Bixby, and then Potenza.
Yeah, so Representative Comtois brought up the idea that we send hazardous waste out of the state. And that actually provides support for Representative Germana's bill, because we can argue that there is a balance between what we send out of state and what we are, and the limits we are putting on what can come into the state. And that was essentially the logic that when we heard this bill, a similar bill a couple of years ago that Representative Rochefort proposed, that was the whole argument that he was working on, that one could create that balance.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam
Potenza.
Chair. And thank you for that, Representative Bixby. To that end, I would say that in this House, we have been passing a lot of bans on a lot of products that our landfills can now take. So I think even by putting those bans, we're already limiting access to our landfills by certain products. When we ban the lithium-ion batteries, when we do things like mattresses and things like that, we're already limiting what can come into the state.
Representative Potenza.
Okay, I gotta breathe because this bill just, I just can't believe we're still in this place that we're having this conversation. So let's talk about hazardous waste. Why aren't we talking about all the hazardous waste that we're taking into New Hampshire? How about right here in Loudon? So Massachusetts is sending us all of their asbestos and everything else. Like, we are really not talking about, we're not sending that much out. We're sending about between 10 to 12% out, but we're taking in a ton. The landfill that you know, is near and dear to my heart, and the gentleman's in the room, is, you know, they're taking in on average some quarters over 50%. And let them charge whatever they want to charge. For us to continue to be the dumping ground, and that doesn't enrage anyone, and that we're still having these conversations is crazy. If you talk about other states, we have spent so much time on this. If you look at New Hampshire and our per capita and all of that kind of stuff, this tiny little state, 1.4 million people, and we are literally like the level of trash that we are hauling in is unheard of across the country. No one is doing this across the country. Live free or die? Great. I mean, just so we can continue to take it in. So then we have private companies profiting on it. New Hampshire trash via contract is supposed to come first. These licenses or these contracts that are happening, when someone says, okay, we can take in this many tons for this many years, they know that New Hampshire trash, for example, could expand the life of that landfill years and years and years. And why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we partnering with a great company like Waste Management to be like, you're our guy. And you're going to expand, and you can take care of all New Hampshire trash and take in 15%. Why aren't we having those conversations? Forget about the Commerce Clause. Have conversations with the private industry and say, we want to protect New Hampshire. What can we do to make that happen? How can we make it lucrative? Like, this is what doesn't make sense to me. We are still just circling the wagon on this, and I just don't get it. And I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that this violates the Commerce Clause. You could have DES do all of their contracts from that point forward to say no more than New Hampshire comes first, and you can't take more than 15%. You can do that. That's state sovereignty there. So I'm sorry. I 100% disagree with all of these, arguments and, oh my gosh, constitutional stuff. It's just, I mean, we've lived and breathed it now for 2 years, and it makes me insane.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd like to just sort of pick up on something that Representative Potenza mentioned, which is about people being enraged that we're taking out-of-state trash. A lot of people are, and those are our constituents. And I think that we need to make this bill go forward in order to show that we're listening to the constituents who are saying we shouldn't be taking out-of-state trash.
Okay, Representative Wheeler, and then Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to point out, and I appreciate the passion of Representative Potenza, that I find it so ironic here in this legislature, the state of Massachusetts and other states are used constantly as a political cudgel. But here we are, willing to take the disposal of Massachusetts. We don't want to mess up New Hampshire, but we'll take your trash. That's a little silly to me. And I completely agree and am also enraged at the level by which New Hampshire has become the trash disposal place for the Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you kind of stole a little bit of what I was going to say there. So just in terms of the governor has also made it very, very clear that this is an issue that she cares about, and it's certainly consistent with her slogan about not messing up New Hampshire. The other thing I wanted to point out is that a couple years ago when we were dealing with these issues, one of my friends on the other side of the aisle, who's not in the legislature now, but the Honorable Matt Simon, Representative Simon and I didn't agree on a lot of issues. He was definitely much more of a free market guy than I am. But one of the things that we agreed on when he was looking at this issue was he made an argument, which I think we should also keep in mind, is that when we talk about the operation of the free market, and we look at this region when it comes to solid waste disposal, the larger regulatory environment around us makes a discussion of a free market here kind of ridiculous, right? There is no free market when all of the states around us, I hear what Representative Comtois is saying, we've made some progress in the direction of limiting things going into landfills. Every state around us has done 10 times more than that, which means what they are sending here is stuff they will not landfill in their own states. So as long as that larger regulatory environment all around us is much more restrictive than we are, we're going to be the dumping ground for the worst of the stuff they don't want to landfill. And that's the outrage. And that's where, consistent with stands this committee has made in the past, I think this is a stand we have to make.
Well, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything Representative Germana just said. However, I mean, why can't we just follow what they're doing, which is start banning what we allow to go into the landfills? To me, I like the idea of just saying no out-of-state trash coming into our state. I am one of these people, though, that, you know, I do think this bill violates the Commerce Clause. Maybe I'm wrong. And if it passes, I'll not fight about it. I'll let it go on consent. But the thing is I'm not going to be able to vote for this bill because of my amateur understanding of the U.S. Constitution. But I do like the idea of everything you just said, which is all these other states, they are not willing to, you know, throw such and such materials into their landfills. We could do the same thing. I don't know why we don't have a bill right here that I could point to and say, let's do that instead. And then I also agree with you that, you know, we're so beyond, I mean, I'm a free market guy. I've been one my whole life, and in Fantasyland, it sounds great, but we're so beyond the free market here that, I mean, it makes it a bit academic to even bring that up. So in that regard, in that regard, you know, I hate to say this, I can't even believe I'm saying these words because this is so opposite of what I've, you know, kind of believed my whole life, but maybe this should just be a state-run industry. You know, if the landfilling were owned by the state, and maybe, you know, you contract out to a company, but if the land is owned by the state like it's done in Maine, that would allow us the ability to say we're not taking any out-of-state trash because this is for Maine. This is by, for, and of Maine, or excuse me, New Hampshire. This is by, for, and of New Hampshire trash. And but right now, these are market forces at play. You've got private landfills, and they're in the business to make money, and so they do that by bringing in trash, and then to come in and say, well, you can only take 30%. I just think that's the wrong way to go about it. So I'm with all of you 100% on the idea of, like, we need to nip this in the bud. I just, unfortunately, just don't think this is the right bill to do it.
I'm just a quick question.
Minor? Yeah.
A very quick question or a very quick statement. There are actually companies now. I understand that we're the dumping ground for the mattresses for Massachusetts specifically. Now there are large companies that have actually started that disassemble and recirculate or reclaim the materials that are in these mattresses. That's the way to go, rather than just throwing them in a
Well,
dump.
as I understand, there are many of the landfill operators who are not putting these mattresses in their landfills anymore. What they are doing is they're putting them aside, and they are sending them out to be recycled.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I think a lot, there is something to be said about the landfill operators basically policing themselves or adopting policies that are in the direction of where what our thoughts are.
Okay, so it made great grounds already.
Yeah, I think we're making some progress
Thank you.
here. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But until that happens, until we can really see what's being proposed, this is the step we can take. This is the bill that we have, and I hope people will support it.
Representative Contour.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last comment. I agree with Representative King. I mean, what are we the dumping ground for? Why don't we then turn around and say no to those items? Because then we don't violate the Commerce Clause in any way. We just stop it via legislation. I'm just curious.
Okay, Representative Germana, and then.
So I want to say, I'm completely on board and happy to work with anybody to write that legislation. Obviously, we've been trying to do versions of that the past couple of years. My comment to my friends, and I appreciate your position on the Interstate Commerce Clause, but I'll say this, it can be challenged. I mean, this wasn't written in stone and handed down on Mount Sinai, right? So it can be challenged, and it is challenged. And ultimately, if the governor were to decide to sign this into law, right, it would be in consultation with the Attorney General's office, with the DOJ, and they would decide whether or not it was something that they want to challenge. This is a statement on our part about challenging that aspect of the Interstate Commerce Clause.
Yeah, and for me, I'd be willing to try and get it to her desk and let them make the decision. Representative Scully.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative King's idea, I do like the idea of perhaps restricting some of the things that are coming in here. But I also think we need to be worried about blowback because we'll say, okay, we're not taking Massachusetts stuff anymore. Wait a second, what do we do with ours? So that's something that just would have to be looked at before we take that.
Okay. Well, do we want to? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Ryan. I didn't
Thank
see
you. Sorry, that was my question. If we're gonna start banning things, are we gonna pay to ship ours to Iowa?
Yeah.
Do we have the money to do that?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We can talk about that more later, but the short answer is no.
Right.
Representative Bixby.
So just so one of the things that is much clearer in the interstate commerce clause is that we cannot have a ban that is differential between us and on a specific item that's differential between us and another state. So we can't say that we'll only take New Hampshire mattresses but not Massachusetts mattresses. But we can say of the aggregate waste, this is I think that we have a much better argument if we're talking about aggregate waste and rather than picking categories.
All right. Well, should we entertain executing this bill and let the vote fall where it may? Hey.
Make a motion, Madam Chair.
Representative Germana.
And now I'm looking at my sheet to remember what bill number we're on.
1138.
11, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move OTP on HB 1138.
I would second that.
I think we have discussed it at great length and can proceed to a vote.
Yes, I would say so. So this is a motion of auto pass on HB 1138, and I would direct the clerk to call the roll on that.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
clerk votes no. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
right, Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
14-1 motion passes. And I do allow for consent calendar.
Oh, thank you. So that would go on consent. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to end our work session on these bills and look forward to discussing HB 1766, HB 1620, and HB 1275 next week, along with the other ones that we are going to be hearing this afternoon. And yeah, okay. So let's break for lunch and see you back here at 1 o'clock. I will not be here because I have to go present something in the State House. But as soon as I'm done with that, I will run right back here and try not to miss a minute. So we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Can't imagine what it's going to be like when we hit the clock, so we're trying to go back and forth.
Oh.
Thank you all for joining us for our afternoon hearings. I'd like to welcome you all to Environment and Agriculture. I'm standing in the meantime for Chairman Aaron while she's testifying. She will be returning, and then I will turn the chairmanship over to her. But again, in the meantime, I'd like to thank you for joining us. We'll open our session by hearing HB 1133, defining and regulating livestock guardian dogs. And our first speaker is Representative Schomburg, who's the sponsor of this bill. Welcome, Representative. Thank you so much for coming before the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Tom Schamberg, representing Merrimack District 6, towns of Sutton and Wilmot, and I serve on the House Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information regarding House Bill 1133, which proposes adding a definition of livestock guardian dog to New Hampshire's RSA 466, the statutory chapter governing dogs and cats. House Bill 1133 would allow dog owners to designate an animal specifically as a livestock guardian dog, LGD, at the time of registration, and would clarify how existing nuisance and at-large provisions apply to these working animals. The bill's text explains that a livestock guardian dog is one specifically trained and used for the purpose of protecting the livestock from predators and is kept primarily with livestock in a pasture environment. Livestock guardian dogs are a long-established category of working dogs that reduce predation by bonding with livestock and deterring predators through the territorial patrols, barking, and protective presence rather than herding behavior. Current statutes, specifically RSA 466:30-A and RSA 466:31, offer a general exemption for dogs guarding, working, or herding livestock from the at-large or nuisance barking provisions. The existing language does not adequately address the unique nature of livestock guardian dogs to provide sufficient legal clarity for owners, local law enforcement, and most importantly, for neighbors. Livestock guardian dogs are not simply pets. They are an essential, cost-effective tool for New Hampshire farmers to protect their animals from predators. Livestock guardian dogs promote the coexistence of agriculture and wildlife. The behavioral patterns are distinct from those of companion dogs and occur during nighttime hours when predators are active. Livestock guardian dogs are already in active use on New Hampshire farms. At Koppel House Farm in Lee, a diversified 78-acre operation with approximately 75 breeding ewes, Great Pyrenees livestock guardian dogs are used to guard sheep, especially with increased bear activity. At the Brookford Farm in Canterbury, a large diversified livestock and dairy operation, use livestock guardian dogs which provide overnight protection for sheep and other livestock. The New Hampshire examples illustrate the working pattern of livestock guardian dogs living among livestock, patrolling fence lines, and engaging in nighttime barking as a deterrent, all behaviors that differ from typical companion dog conduct. Livestock guardian dogs' specific purpose requires them to be off-leash, cover large areas, and use vocalizations, barking, as a primary deterrent. The result of these activities can inadvertently run afoul of local ordinances or be misunderstood by those unfamiliar with these dogs' function. Current New Hampshire law refers to dogs engaged in guarding, working, or herding livestock when determining whether a dog is considered at large or a nuisance. However, RSA 466 contains no explicit definition of a livestock guardian dog, which may make it difficult for towns, animal control officers, and livestock owners to interpret how existing provisions apply to dogs performing recognized agricultural functions. House Bill 1133 seeks to clarify this by defining the term and allowing voluntary designation during annual dog registration. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this information on livestock guardian dogs and their existing role within New Hampshire agriculture. And Madam Chair, I have a constituent that came to me with this information in the beginning. I've learned something new again, which is always good. And I would wonder if you would allow him to come up and speak right after me so that more of the information of why this came forth can be understood.
Certainly. Would you take questions yourself?
I don't know if I could answer the question fully the way I'd really like to hear Mr. Maynard come up and then answer the questions, if that's all right with the committee.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank
Why don't
you.
you come forward, Mr. Maynard? And you're representing yourself?
No, this is John Maynard.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes. So not an organization.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Maynard, and I'm the individual who authored this proposed bill. Before I begin, I want to make it very clear about my position. I'm a farmer myself. I am pro-farmer. I am pro-livestock guardian dog, and I am pro-property rights. I brought this bill forward because I live this issue every day, and I know there are families and other farmers across the state facing the exact same struggle. I returned to New Hampshire as a military veteran, seeking the peace and quiet of our rural landscape. But for 5 years, my family and others like me have lived with the lack of clarity that our current law loopholes for proper management. At its worst, I've endured 18 hours of consecutive barking from 5 dogs kept on less than 3 acres. I've exhausted every avenue. Local police, the town, Department of Agriculture, livestock guardian dog expert groups, every time the answer is the same. The law is too vague to help you. At every level, every organization I've reached out to, the common answer I received was that all the farmer has to state is it's a livestock guardian dog. And I get shut down on accountability even when the reasonable person can see that the situation is actually a failure of management. This is about my daily life, my ability to simply exist on my property, and it is about protecting the same right of every citizen in New Hampshire. Currently, I cannot enjoy any part of my property near a fence line, whether it's tending my plants or putting my animals away, without inducing hours of barking. Worse, these mismanaged dogs cause immense stress on my own animals. They like to run at the fence and aggressively bark at my animals while they're trying to sleep in order to get a reaction out of them. This is not a right to farm. This is a neighbor being prevented from enjoying and farming their own land. HB 1133 provides a tax-paying neighbor and others like me the rights I currently do not have. It was actually a column in the Commissioner's Weekly Market Bulletin that finally snapped me into action. Commissioner Jasper noted that the right to farm is not a right to be a bad neighbor. His writing made it clear that I wasn't the only person in New Hampshire dealing with this. This bill protects the honest farmer with integrity who uses and trains these animals properly while weeding out those who use agricultural exemptions as a shield for poor management. I believe we must define what working actually looks like. I have seen dogs marketed as guardians kept in outdoor kennels and chained to a post in the middle of the yard. When a dog is restricted like that, especially livestock guardian dogs, it remains under constant high-stress agitation. It sees the property but cannot patrol it. The result is a dog that barks for hours and howls out of loneliness. This bill ends the practice of using agricultural status to excuse animal neglect and community nuisance. To solve this, I believe this bill does 3 things. The registry, it defines a working dog through proof of livestock. You don't have to have livestock and the acreage, you don't get the exemption. Acreage standards. By requiring 1 acre per dog, we provide the necessary space for a dog to work. My experience proves why this is needed. 5 dogs on less than 3 acres is a powder keg for a neighbor dispute. 10-minute rule. By establishing a professional standard of behavior, the dog barks more than 10 minutes without a predator present. It is a management failure, not a guarding success. For 5 years, my family's peace has been non-existent because the law offers no definitions. As a veteran who came home for peace of New Hampshire, I am asking for a law that respects the farmer, respects the neighbor, and protects the welfare of the dog by ensuring it is managed in an environment where it can actually thrive. So I urge the committee to vote out to pass HB 1133, and I am now open for questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your very thoughtful testimony on a situation that could be very painful. I read the bill, and my impression, it seems all reasonable, but I do have a question. Specifically, do you think maybe adding something to the bill requiring a minimum setback between where the dogs are contained and the nearest neighboring home might be something that would also might reduce future problems? If they're right on the fence, right next to your home, 5 feet, 10 feet, whatever it is, you see.
I honestly, I think that's unfair to the farmer. You know, we're already restricted in a lot of different ways as it is. Setbacks when we have, say, livestock buildings you're trying to put on your property, or you're trying to use an area that, you know, maybe another property owner chunked out a piece, you know, and it's a new property going in. That's hard.
Okay.
For me.
Thank you very much. Just want to make certain that that's not an option.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, as a farmer, is your neighbor with the dogs that are annoying, is he also a farmer? And if so, what does he have for livestock?
So definitionally, New Hampshire doesn't have a definition for what makes you a farmer. So according to the Ag Commissioner, you can have one chicken, and as long as you live in the correct zoning, you can have 100 Chihuahuas, and they're all livestock guardian dogs. So my neighbor has, I think, 7 dogs total, 2 horses, sheep, chickens, you name it, she's probably had it.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
And obviously, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Have you spoken with her and told her what a nuisance these animals are?
Multiple times. I've even tried to help get her to understand how these dogs operate, and of course, I'm just not a nice person. You know, I've been yelled at across the fence, and I mean, truth be told, there's probably a lot of things I probably could have done better. I didn't understand these dogs when I moved in, but I've spent the last 5 years doing everything I can not to get to this point.
And one more question, can I
Yes.
follow up? And do you have animals on your property?
I do. I run from sheep, pigs, geese, chickens, turkeys, run the gamut.
Okay,
No dogs.
I lied. One more question. And do you have?
Yes.
I have no dogs.
Oh, thank you.
And it's not that I don't want them. These dogs breed and they learn and train a specific way.
Oh, absolutely.
And I cannot bring dogs to my property to protect my livestock. Now my property engulfs my neighbors, so I can't go on probably say 600 to 700 linear feet of my property without inducing these dogs. I can't put a dog out there to train. They're going to learn the habits that these dogs have. And you have a very narrow window with these dogs, as I know some of you know, to do proper training. This is not a couch potato that one day you can teach to, you know, give me your paw. They require hard work. These are very intelligent dogs. They're not run-of-the-mill dogs at all. I equate them more to like K9 unit dogs. While they're on active duty as a police dog, these dogs are treated very differently than when they're retired.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Group, Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Maynard, for coming in and sharing your story with us. And so, I mean, I am definitely seeing the advantage and even the need of having a definition here for what a livestock guard dog is obviously, as you've explained, very different from a pet dog, right? Or a dog serving other functions. But my question has to do with the kind of penalty part of the bill. And so, for example, on page 2, line 1, letter A, it continues for more than 10 consecutive minutes. You referred to that in your testimony, without the presence of a predator or livestock distress. And then letter B below that, it occurs repeatedly between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. without documented predator activity. And so what I'm wondering about is kind of how this gets enforced. So for example, when you're talking about without the presence of a predator, for example, how is that kind of documented? How would this be enforced? That's what I'm struggling to understand.
No, it's that's the hardest part about when I put this together was, you know, the one thing I ran into over and over again talking with all the levels of different authority that I went through is there has to be a measurable item in place. So when the state trooper shows up and doesn't own a pet, you know, and he's 25, how does he know, or what standard can he go back to say, how does, you know, is this true or not true, or how do I determine who's in the right, who's in the wrong, something like that. So when I started thinking about this, I thought about all the people that I know who farm, because I am in this world, and what I would do myself, and really what it comes down, for me, what it would come down to is the dog has value, and my livestock have value, and they may not be my sole livelihood, but they mean something to me. So if I have the dog and I want the dog to protect my livestock, if every day at 2 a.m. I hear barking for an hour, or my neighbor comes back and says, your dogs have been barking every day for 5 days at 2 a.m., I'm going to go out there because both dog and animal have value to me. And if you're anything like the people that I know that farm, you might just buy a $20 camera to put out there because I want to know if is my dog barking at something that's true or not. As the neighbor, I have cameras that I have spent thousands of dollars to go around my property to try to prove to my neighbor there's nothing there. And it doesn't matter how many videos I show, she just doesn't care, right? Because I've talked to her about this issue for 5 years now. But I think at the end, that's where it's going to come down to, is it's going to come down to neighbors are going to provide video. If they get to a point like me, I had no idea what I was going to react to today, but realizing like how detrimental this has been to my wife and my family is eye-opening to talk about it in front of so many eyes. But I think farmers who care about their dogs will do everything they can to prove that their dogs are operating as they're supposed to be and they're well managed. Because if your dog is barking at nothing and it thinks it's there, or there are differences in dog breeds, I will say that some dogs bark as a warning when nothing is there because they might have heard something, but there are also dogs that will not bark at all and wait till they're right on an animal, like a bobcat, before it does something. So they do operate differently. So that I had to try to find a medium where these two worlds collide. Because again, I'm pro farmer and I'm pro use of these animals, but I feel like we live in a YouTube world sometimes where you see your favorite star gets a guardian dog and he says, I've protected my chickens, I haven't lost one, but they don't dive into, I spent 4 days a week for an hour every day training this dog for 18 months. And I still have to do it when they're 2. I still have to continue to push management on these dogs.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. So what I'm wondering is, just as we're thinking about possibly amending the bill going forward, what we think we could pass, do you think that this bill would have value if we got rid of the penalties part, but we created the distinction between livestock dogs? People would have to be able to demonstrate that the dogs have received a certain amount of training. You've got the restriction on the number of acres per dog. Without these penalties. And then if we created a system, because if it's just your neighbor's dog and they can't claim that it's a livestock dog, right, then they do fall under, potential penalties regarding nuisance dogs, right? So, I mean, would part of what you're trying to do be accomplished even without the section of the bill that provides for penalties?
I don't know if I don't know what the added value would be to someone because it's not, I mean, obviously I'm using my experience as kind of what my driving factor was to sit here, but I'm not the only one in New Hampshire that has this problem. That was clear to me by the commissioner's bulletin that he put out, that as our parcels are getting smaller, people are going back to our rural life, but they're using tools that they're unfamiliar with. What's a correctional tool if there's no consequence at the end of it, I guess? I mean, I don't know where that would land, but I would always, I'm not so hard-nosed where I'm not willing to refine verbiage to find an agreement that kind of gets things moving. I understand this is, I don't think this has been proposed before in the state, so.
Thank you very much.
Representative Potenza and then Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry for what you've gone through. I'm just going to be honest. I did not expect to hear this at all. Anywhere near this. I'm like, oh my gosh, this bill, we got to kill this bill. But there's value here. So, and I've learned a lot. What I don't understand is how much have you done in regards with law enforcement, all of that kind of stuff. And that's my first part of my question. All of that has been ignored or brushed off?
Not necessarily that it's been ignored. There's nothing they can do. When I sat with my police chief and talked, I've called, in the early years, I called I don't know how many times. And then talking with the local police department was, the law is very clear. There is a carve out for LGDs when it comes to barking. And I asked for clarity on that, and they can bark whenever they want. As long as they want, there's no duration cap. There's no need for anything as long as you live in an area where the dogs are allowed and you fall under this farming exemption. Again, no definition of what that needs to be in order for that to happen. So from there, I moved to my town council. I've talked at 2 of my town councils where I basically was told, we obey the New Hampshire law. Okay, so
Where do you live?
I live in Sutton.
Sutton?
Yes, ma'am. So I started going down that route about maybe I can do something at the town. Maybe it's a noise ordinance I could work with, something in that realm. But they whip right back around and say we do whatever the state wants. So from there, at the time, Governor Sununu had an animal committee that he had put together. And I spoke there where I shared my grievance. I was connected with another advocate there. I don't remember her name, who actually knows my neighbor, coincidentally. And so there was a lot of back and forth trying to see if there was something we can do with the committee, but at the end they said it was not within the realm of what they were looking at, and said I'd go back to law enforcement. Well, I already been down that route, so I didn't go back to law enforcement. Honestly, I spent a couple of years just fuming because the reality is, as a farmer who has animals, these dogs are known to get out. If they're on a small parcel, they push and push and push because they get anxiety. They need an area to roam. One Great Pyrenees is designed traditionally to roam 100 acres. And you have 5 on 3 acres. They want more room. So they get out and they come after my animals. I have one recourse in the state of New Hampshire. My one recourse as a farmer is to kill their dog.
That's right. I was just going to say.
I do not want to kill their. I've shot many times over their dogs to get them back on their property, which is a whole different issue. But this is what these dogs are designed to do. And if you don't understand the breed, it just doesn't make sense, right? But so I've done all of that, and I was telling Representative Schamberg before we came up here, I was trying to think of when I started writing this, and it was when they started barking at 3 a.m. and they didn't stop until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I wear headphones outside. I don't listen to nature. I listen to earpods. I walks outside I have hundreds of videos of these dogs sitting on my property line, sitting and just barking. I'm putting my animals away, and I get barked at nonstop. The owners will come outside and they see that it's happening and they go back inside because we're not great friends. And again, I think some of it was kind of probably how I could have handled myself better throughout the years, but There's plenty of studies done on human beings for excessive noise and barking, and I feel like I'm getting to that point.
And can I follow up real quick? I'm sorry.
Real quick.
Okay. So that was my other question was the video. So you said that you've spent, I think, hundreds or thousands of dollars on cameras, right? So if these cameras have sound, then you've given that to law enforcement where you could basically show these dogs haven't stopped barking for 5 hours straight, 6 hours straight, and you're telling me that is still ignored by authorities?
There's nothing that they can do. Even I forget if it's if they call them local DAs here, but I was told the police chief went to the prosecutor that he contacts and talks to and was basically told it'll die and there's nothing to bring. I could sue my neighbor.
Yes. Yeah.
But now I have to incur legal fees and all this. Right. And it honestly it just doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me how my taxes went up 61% and I have no recourse for a dog that barks at me and my family or turkeys in the field for hours. Like there's no enjoyment of my property. Like it's literally one of the worst places I've ever lived in my life, and I've lived in some pretty horrible places. And it's not what I remember.
Sorry.
No,
sorry. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for taking questions. And this isn't, I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but if this barking annoys you, is your neighbor hearing impaired, or, I mean, doesn't it bother her?
So interestingly, she has told me she can't hear that well, but she has other family
that wasn't the answer.
I think they're just used to it, to be honest. Yeah. Where they live, their actual house from where the dogs are kept is significantly different than where the dogs are kept from where I live.
So can I follow up?
Yes.
So your house is closer. Your house is closer to, let's say, the dog line than their house is to the dog line.
50 feet is about where my house is from my fence.
And theirs is.
And theirs is probably 250, 300 feet from it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question and for coming to testify today. No one could do more than you have done. This is harassment, and I am appalled that you served your country, came home, bought a farm, and have to put up with this for 5 years. You have come to the right place, my good man, and we will do our best for you. And thank you to Rep. Schomburg for bringing this. It's disturbing.
Thank you for your kind words.
You bet.
John Mayer.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry that you're going through this, but I do have to ask, who was there first? Were you there and this person moved in with the dogs, or was the person with the dogs there and you?
So my neighbor was there first. So when I arrived, I actually, the people I purchased my property from would not let me walk the property. I couldn't see the back end. She was a very eccentric person, and I respected that. I had seen enough of the property where I felt like I knew what I was getting myself into as far as the land itself. I knew there was going to be a lot of recovery on my part. So I actually knocked on her door and asked if I could go in her backyard and view, just see if I could see the rest of the property. So that's how we met. And when the day I met her, I saw one livestock guardian dog. She told me about him. He was nice. He didn't bark. He was great. And then the day I moved in, another dog showed up actually in my property, which is not a livestock guardian dog. It was a Australian Shepherd. So I took a picture of it, sent it to her, and asked if she knew whose dog it was. And then it was hers. So she came and got her dog. And then another dog showed up, which is the female. And from there, her breeding program started. And it's varied from that time frame. I've seen as many as 13 dogs, including puppies, on this property. But on average right now, we have probably 5 dogs, not all of them that roam the property. But on a nice sunny day, she'll let all the dogs out. And then I get the ones that aren't really trained to do this, and they just run as a pack.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing done, Thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thank you. And I have copies of my testimony. If anybody wants-
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
I'd
Chair.
like to, thank you. I'd like to welcome John Houghton. Did I pronounce that correctly, John? State your name and tell us who you represent.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and the last name's Hutton.
Hutton, thank you.
I am Copple House Farm. I think I was the first farm mentioned when he was giving you the farms for the dogs. If you want to learn more about Copple House Farm and who we are, just go to nhcornmaze.com or NH Sunflower, and you will find us. I'm going to try to be really brief here, but let you know a little bit of my background. I was a selectman's son for 33 years, 6 years on the Stratham Planning Board as a chairman, 2 years as the ad hoc chairman for land preservation in the town of Stratham, and I'm currently serving as vice chair on, I'm on my 21st year in the ZBA in the town of Lee. I think most of the members of this board are familiar with how guard dogs do work. I should say livestock guardian dogs work. I think there's been some pretty good education, and I do have to say the gentleman who is impacted is absolutely right about the training issues. I really feel very bad for this gentleman. He is really the victim of mismanagement and misuse of what a large livestock guardian dog does. The penalty phase of this, I have no issue with the registration. I think that's a wonderful idea. I have 2 dogs that just turned a year old. I have a dog who's 3 and I have a dog who's 12. And last night, as I was in bed at 8:30, my young dog was barking right outside my window. And I said, well, I'm going to start doing a little research here. And I went out, and my old dog was not barking, and my young dog was, and it was a possum. And he barked for about 20 minutes, and then he stopped. I did not go out and encourage it. I didn't go out and scold him. I just went out and let him know that, yeah, okay, this is okay with me. Farmer John's not worried. Went back in the house. He started barking again around 10:30 at night, and it took me a while to find out what he was barking at. We had an owl in the tree. And again, I didn't encourage or discourage him. I just let him know this isn't a big thing, big deal. My old dog was like, look, buddy, save your energy. 1:30 in the morning, all 4 of my dogs were barking, and I went out, and I didn't have to go outside, very far outside, to find out what the problem was. The coyotes were howling, and the dogs were discussing with them their various activities. Just with that alone, I would already be into my 2nd or 3rd violation here, the way this bill is written at this time. Our dogs are nocturnal. Our dogs tend to sleep during the day. If the 4 dogs are together, 1 dog is on duty, the other 3 dogs are napping, and they actually take turns guarding the sheep if they're all together. Right now, I have to have guard dogs with my sheep 24/7. I have a bear problem that has got no recourse with Fish and Game. The policy is horrible. And if I do not have dogs with my sheep, I can plan on losing them. I've got 8,000 volts on a fence, and he will walk right through it. So I have to maintain. Right now, I'm running over 200 sheep. I'm farming over 200 acres. I'm doing permanent pasture, rotational grazing, and we do about 60 to 70 acres of row crops. Corn for grain and whiskey, sunflower for oil. So with our ecosystem that I need to propagate with the use of these dogs is I needed to take lamb off the menu is why I got these dogs originally 12 years ago. And it was 100% effective. Wherever I've had dogs, I have never had any predation. And it enables me to use the entire property. Sometimes my sheep are 3/4 mile away from home. Our dogs have 2 levels of barking. They have the, I got this bark, and then they've got a bark that says you can bring a gun. I know that sounds kind of funny, but it's the way they work. And they do guard differently. We have 3 different breeds right now. But I have 2 young dogs that are learning, and they do bark a lot. But they are the only effective method I have of dealing with bears and birds of prey. If this is taken away from me the way this bill is written right now, I will not be in business. I have no recourse for birds of prey unless I want to go to jail for 2 years and a $10,000 fine. We have eagles in our area now, which is great, but not so great for my lambs. And the bear issue is a bear has to physically be attacking my sheep for me to shoot him, or they will put me in handcuffs. And the only thing that works is dogs. Now, he is definitely the victim of, I'm not even going to say management, because it isn't. There is no management there with those dogs, the way he's described them. But, and I would love to work with anybody to make something. I think he is due some form of recourse. The way this is written right now, it is going to devastate the farming industry in this state with, as far as using livestock guardian dogs. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So you would be willing to work with Mr. Maynard or others who want to improve the situation, but not have it be devastating to others?
Absolutely. I think my record of public service speaks for itself. I think there's always common ground. Yeah, as my grandfather used to say, you give a little, and we'll all get something we can respect. And I truly do feel this gentleman is absolutely the victim of mismanagement.
Sure.
This is wrong.
Yes. Thank you.
Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Very valuable. Is there something that could be done that would not adversely impact you, but would help avoid people like his neighbor? Any
think-
suggestions, you know?
I get this all the time because I serve on a lot of various different committees that I haven't mentioned. I think a definition of what actually is a farmer, because we have a lot of people that have 2 chickens and they call themselves a farmer. And I do realize I'm one of the bigger farms in the Seacoast area. You know, there's a lot of we have one of the highest numbers of beginning farmers, I think, in the nation. And so that does say that we're going to have a lot of smaller farms. And I think there's common ground.
Any other questions? Yes.
So do you also use your guard dogs for guarding crops as well as livestock?
When we have our guard dogs beside the growing crops, they do tend to keep the turkeys out. I have a horrible turkey problem with when you have 20 acres of sunflowers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with buying sunflower shoots in the grocery store. I got news for you. Everything likes to eat them. And when you got 20 acres of them, that's why we try to encourage the predators as much as we can. So with the dogs, we can take lamb off the menu, and the coyotes and the bobcats take care of everything that eats my sunflowers. So, but when I do have the dogs next to a growing field, they do protect that crop. We also have a border collie who we have trained that when we say, you want to go to work, and we say goose, he knows what we're doing. And if we say turkey, he knows what we're doing.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at a statute here, which basically is the nuisance dogs and cats statute. It's for 6631, dogs a menace, a nuisance or vicious. And of course, it has in here where it has the exemptions for guardian dogs. But do you believe that this law could be used in his case? I mean, I think defining is good. I think the penalties are off. But do you think that that law could be used because it's being exploited? These dogs are obviously not guarding anything. They're kind of free
totally
roaming.
Agree with you. Totally agree with you. Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to welcome Kate Osgood.
Hello, everyone.
Could you state your name and tell us who you represent?
I'm Kate Osgood, and I represent myself. I own Birch Rise Farm. It's out of Samberton, New Hampshire. I've had the farm for 10 years, and we have used livestock guardian dogs for 8 of them. In full transparency, John and I are friends. I've actually been to his farm numerous times. We've been friends for about 5 years or so, and I have witnessed the dogs, and I have seen and heard and tried to scream over the dogs numerous times. But that being said, I am opposed to this just because I have dogs. And just the way that it is written, I won't repeat what John said, but I think that how it is written now is not the best for people who have farms and utilize them the correct way. We do need a definition of what a farmer is. YouTube, social media, influencers, anything has made, trad farming and everything very, very popular. And unfortunately, now what we're seeing is the repercussions of that. And we're seeing people who think it's cool to have a Great Pyrenees running with their kids, but they don't know that I have 3 Great Pyrenees. I've put 2 years of training into each of those. They are insured as farm equipment. I have spent $4,000 on each of those dogs. When I research dogs, I look at the 7 years of lineage behind them to see, has they ever been a house dog? I don't want that dog. I want a working dog. And so it makes me very upset because I think that people are belittling what we are doing as farmers and using our tools to us. And I think that having someone who is quote unquote saying they're a farmer because they have livestock guardian dogs or saying they have a livestock guardian dog needs to be addressed, because what he's going through and his beautiful wife Erin is going through is horrific. That's all.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for
Thank
helping
you.
educate me, at least.
Yeah.
Definition of a farmer seems logical. What about definition of a guard dog? Because clearly these dogs they haven't been trained. I mean, would that be something that you think could be done without adversely impacting real farmers?
I think it could be, but I do think that a farmer definition is imperative in New Hampshire, just because, there are gentleman farmers, there are small farmers, there are larger farmers. I am just meat farmer. I do not grow any crops whatsoever, but I'm still a farmer. So it's just, there needs to be some sort of a definition because there isn't one right now.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What do you think about, I like the idea of defining a farmer, and I do like the idea of defining what a guardian dog is. In the bill, it gives a distance, an acreage. What do you think about that?
So acreage is hard because Great Pyrenees, they manage large areas. But I mean, somebody who utilizes a dog who, for example, a Maremma, they are very prone to, Maremmas are a huge dog. They look like Great Pyrenees, but they are very prone to not roam. They don't want to roam. They want to be bonded with their livestock at all times. Great Pyrenees fences don't confine them. If they're going to see, I even took some more notes because I was just researching about the different breeds. I have Great Pyrenees, I have Anatolian, and I have a Karakan, which is a Bulgarian livestock dog. Those dogs are very short-tempered. He takes a lot more training. Great Pyrenees are roamers. They want to be, if they hear, their hearing is about 2 miles. So if they hear something that's 2 miles away, they're going to go and make sure that it's okay and then come back to their point. So they're not going to be always with their livestock. So it's kind of hard to do acreage. I would even say maybe head of livestock, but then again, mine fluctuates. I do 400 turkeys every year for Thanksgiving. I don't have turkeys right now, so that's 400 less of what head that they're babysitting. But they need a job. These dogs are duty oriented. They need a job. And John's neighbor hasn't given them any job, so they're bored. They're so bored, and that's why they're barking, because squirrel farts and they're like, oh, what's going on? I need to see it. And yeah, it might be 2 miles away. And that is what's going on, is they're bored and their instincts don't know what to do. They've become feral.
Yeah, I was I was thinking that the acreage was, when you go to the fair and they have it's a smaller dog that's doing the herding. I don't know what that dog is, but it's not a big dog.
Border collies.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or Australian shepherds.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. So, but I'm familiar with that, and so but I just thought that would be really hard to do an acreage, or it's really. Okay.
Well, an acreage could be hard, but also, for me, the 10 minutes is kind of hard.
Yes, I agree.
Because, so I use GPS collars on my Great Pyrenees because I have a 15 acres that is I have a big hill and I'm surrounded by trees, so I can't see I can't be like John and run out and see what's going on right away. So I rely on the GPS trackers where I can see like how many minutes they sleep, how many steps they take, where on the GPS they were at any point in the night. If they were at a hot spot for a long time, I go down there and I see what tracks were there. Or I can even go at night and see what's there. But I'm not going to be, sometimes I don't see the predators. And they really even say like 6% of Great Pyrenees ever see their predators right next to them. It's all about hearing and keeping them away.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for taking my question. When we're talking about Great Pyrenees, right, their bark is extremely loud. I do believe they're like right up there next to the lion as far as decibels.
Them and the Karakin. Yep.
Right? So they're really loud. But the other thing, and I don't know if you've experienced this, is their bark alone can actually just keep the predators away from your property, but they have to keep that bark. And eventually you'll see less and less predators due to that. Have you experienced that?
I have. And I have, what I have noticed also with my elder Great Pyrenees, who is very trained, if he hears the younger ones barking at something that is not important at all, he'll go over and correct them. So it's all about training, and John's neighbor hasn't done any of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to invite Dan Field to testify.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
My name is Dan Field. I'm representing myself. My wife and I own Bending Branch Farm in Marlborough, New Hampshire. We're a state licensed goat dairy. We have a herd of about 70 head of goats, as well as ducks and chickens. A common misconception that about LGDs is that their purpose is to attack predators that come onto the property. In reality, the primary purpose is to act as a deterrent to prevent the predators from entering the property in the first place. They do this by marking their territory along the boundaries of the property and by barking to alert predators of their presence. A physical confrontation between an LGD and a predator is a last resort. We've clearly seen on our farm during periods when our LGD has been confined inside the barn for a period of a week or so. For example, we were having our fences repaired or when he was neutered. Within a week, the coyotes began very quickly coming onto our farm, coming closer to the barn. While having a perimeter fence may prevent predators from entering the property, it still permits them to harass livestock along the fence line as well, which causes stress and reduces the productivity of the animals. The presence of an LGD keeps predators at a further distance, reducing the stress on the production animals. This bill, which states that if barking continues more than 10 consecutive minutes without the presence of a predator or livestock distress, or if the barking occurs repeatedly between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. without documented predator activity, misses the point of the LGD's barking. That if the barking is working successfully, then there will not be a presence of a predator or documentable predator activity. And as was stated before, how does one prove the presence of a predator? Part of the issue is we use these dogs because they're aware of threats that we can't see. And they can, they're aware of things that are further out than we're able to document. And then looking at the existing RSA 46631, 466(1)(e), paragraph 5, which states a livestock guardian dog shall be subject to the provisions of RSA 46631 and RSS 46631A regarding nuisance, menace, or vicious behavior. RSA 46631 defines what constitutes a nuisance dog. In paragraph 2, subpart paragraph A, It specifies that when a dog is considered at large, however, it specifically states this subparagraph shall not include a dog which is guarding, working, or herding livestock. Subparagraph B of the same paragraph states the dog would be considered a nuisance if it barks for sustained periods of more than half an hour or during the night hours so as to disturb the peace and quiet of a neighborhood or area, not including a dog which is guarding, working, or herding livestock. It's made clear as this paragraph was written that it is specifically not intended to interfere with working livestock guardian dogs. Not only does this proposed bill apply laws to situations for which they were specifically not intended, but it does so in a more restrictive and punitive manner. As mentioned above, the law currently states that nuisance barking is barking for sustained periods of more than a half hour. However, this new bill defines it for livestock guardian dogs as continuous barking for only 10 minutes. Additionally, the penalties under the proposed bill are far more severe than the current penalties for non-LGDs. As a comparison of the current law for non-LGDs compared to the proposed law for LGDs, in a first offense, both cases result in a warning. Second offense for current law is a $50 fine. For LGDs, it would be a $150 fine and require a reduction in the number of dogs or the implementation of bark mitigation measures, which we discussed. Barking is kind of the point. Third offense, currently a $100 fine. For LGDs, it would be a $500 fine and the revocation of the owner's right to allow livestock guardian dogs to run at large for 12 months. Any subsequent offense, currently, it would continue to be a $100 fine for each subsequent offense within 12 months of the first offense. For LGDs, it would be a $1,000 fine for each subsequent violation and referral of the matter to the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food for further enforcement. At a time when many farmers in the state qualify for Medicaid and SNAP benefits, even while working off-farm jobs, the proposed fines and subsequent loss of livestock for having to get rid of their dogs would be a crippling blow to our state's farmers. The outcome of this bill, whether intended or not, would remove one of the most natural, humane, and effective methods of protecting our livestock from attack or harassment by predators. The restriction of their barking would effectively eliminate the purpose of having these valuable working animals on the farm, meaning that farmers would have to resort to other, less humane and ecological methods of eliminating predators, such as trapping and shooting. I appreciate you taking these thoughts into consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So it sounds like this, and correct me if I'm wrong, sounds like this House bill is a solution to a problem we don't have. It sounds like what we do have is harassment with the farmer that spoke for us. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to welcome Corey Stats to testify.
Honorable Chair and members, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Corey Stats, raising livestock in Antrim. I'll try to avoid repeating a lot of the great information that's been provided so far. Instead, I feel I can better aid you by describing my own unique experiences with this situation. But first, I want to say that I believe that the remedy for the framers' specific issue is already provided for in the RSAs because a livestock is defined. The RSA for nuisance animals says that a guardian dog is defined as working with livestock, and livestock is defined. It does not include poultry. So the reason why I know this, and I guess I could be wrong because I haven't looked at it recently. I provided a written statement in advance just as a general critique to the failings of the bill as written. But hearing what has prompted this bill reminded me of all of my experiences. I have a Maremma on that's guarding sheep, and I have neighbors that don't like us. And I have one neighbor in particular who we raised our dog from a puppy with his charges, and he never barked. And until I happened to put the animals in a paddock that was more closely My property is across the highway from my two neighbors that are that don't like us, and we were friends with them, and they don't like us for reasons are they're beyond my understanding. But once my neighbor realized that I had a dog, she started blowing dog whistles, blowing bear horns, and generally just harasses our animals every day. She does the same thing to our other neighbors that live right behind her property in close proximity. And luckily their dogs are pets and they can keep them inside when they're being harassed. But so that's what started my dog barking at things that aren't predators, so to speak. So needless to say, my neighbor has been harassing us for years. My dog will be turning 4 this year. And there was one instance when the local police responded to a call and came and sat what they assume is the edge of my property, what they assume is outside the perception range of a guard dog, and listened to the dog bark. And my other neighbor was outside his house, which is right across the street in close proximity to my property, standing behind a bush, making animal noises to encourage the dog to bark while he assumed that the police officer was going to be responding and taking a note. So this resulted in a citation, which resulted in me having to retain counsel to tell them how they can't give me a citation because it's protected under state law for a working dog to be working and barking. So yeah, in my case, right, it's kind of a similar thing. I'm using the protection of the state law to fend off what, in my case, are malicious complaints, not based on the dog barking, but just because our neighbors don't seem to like us being there. We're trying to build a house and a homestead there. And I have had to likewise incur thousands of dollars of cost, putting cameras all over my property, all over the property line, so that I could have evidence in case my neighbors do sue me civilly, which is their only recourse. So, you know, I'm the same problem from the other side of the coin. Whereas this bill, if it was to be passed as written, I would essentially be forced to get rid of my dog, which means I can't farm because I have thousands of acres of conservation forests on the backside of my property, and you know, bears, everything that's out there in the forest, right? The reason I got a dog was because my animals were being picked off one by one. As soon as the bobcat would figure out how to circumvent whatever fence I put up or whatever I did, even if I was in close proximity during broad daylight, animals have all the time in the world to figure out how to subvert your defenses because they're passive, they're static, but the dog isn't. And so, yeah, dogs are expensive. They take effort to train, but it works wonders. And now all my neighbors say that they see bears all the time. I've not seen a single bear since we've owned this property just because of the dog barking, I believe. So I think that it would be good to provide designation for this type of a working animal. But I believe that the problem that caused this bill to be written, I think the remedy's already there in the RSA. I think that oftentimes state police just don't really know what to make of it. They don't know how to prosecute it. They don't know what to do with it, right? That's a knowledge problem, not necessarily a failure of the current laws. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Yakov. Oh, you're going to have to help me with your last name. I'm so sorry. Abjay?
My name is Yakov Abuhav.
Thank
I
you.
live in Grafton. And yeah, most of the points will be made, so I'll just talk about my personal experience. I've had animals for a few years now, and I've had issue with mainly the chickens disappearing one by one. Having the dog around has eliminated that issue. There haven't been any predators around. I don't know if it was been said, but the state used to pay, there used to be bounties on predator animals for quite a while in New Hampshire. I think it finally ended somewhere around the 80s or possibly a little earlier. But ever since, predators have been more I believe, more and more of an issue with their numbers. But the birds of prey specifically, there is no, yeah, as it was said, there's no remedy for them. The dogs are very good at keeping birds also away from the animals. Regarding defining farmers, I hope we don't get into a point where we're trying to set some minimum RAF or what it qualifies to become a farmer. Many people who get into it are starting with just a few animals and getting more over time. So I don't want to be like, oh, you need a minimum 10 sheep or something like that. So that's just one worry I had in that area.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on HB 1133? No, seeing none. Let's go ahead and get the blue sheet. And like to record that on the online portal, we have 5 in support and 180 in opposition. Thank you so much. And on the sheet, we have 1 in opposition.
Madam Chair, is this closed?
Thank you. I'd like to officially close the hearing on HB 1133. Yep. Support. How are you, Barbara?
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, how are you? How are you?
No.
At this time, I'd like to open the hearing for Bill HB 1092 relative to guard dogs. And I'd like to welcome Representative Barbara Comtois to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. Good to see you all. Anyway, so we just had a long discussion about guard dogs and menace and everything else. Last year, we did an overhaul on the statute for dogs, a menace, a nuisance, or vicious. And what we forgot to do, and what this bill attempts, is to protect a guard dog. So I'm just going to read to you right now. It says guard dogs. It says, if, whether alone or in a pack with other dogs, it bites, attacks, or preys on game animals, domestic animals, fowl, or human beings, it can be found. Any dog can be found to be a nuisance, including a guard dog. My amendment says when not on the owner's property. It's important because if someone comes on to the property of someone who has a guard dog, or another animal comes on to protect, they look at that as a threat. And the farmer or the owner of that guard dog should not be prosecuted under the current law for someone coming on their property for doing their job. And that is why this amendment has been brought forth. We discussed this when this bill was originally passed, that this was a loophole. and we really need to protect the dog, for the guard dogs when someone comes on their property. Open to questions.
Thank you. Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Presenter. My one question is, sometimes you don't know where their property is. There's no delineation. For example, no hunting signs have to be so frequent, so you know, or no trespassing, things of that signs. They have to be some indication. Some properties, I live in a rural area, most of us 10, 20, 50 acres. You wouldn't really know if it wasn't saying there's a guard dog or something. So what about information?
Thank you for the question. So I live in a very rural area. I mean, I have a smaller property compared to my neighbors. But we all know where our property lines are. And if a guest is coming onto our property, they're usually aware of what's, that we have, someone has a guard dog or they don't have a guard dog. Most guard dogs, livestock guard dogs specifically, will not attack somebody for no reason. They're there as protectors. If they foresee if you are threatening, they're gonna go after you. But if you're coming there, they're gonna bark, and then they'll probably, once they calm down, they'll wag their tail and love you to death. But but their job is to protect your property. And I don't know. I mean, the question you asked means that everyone would have to post their property. Do we really want to do that and have all this signage in New Hampshire? But what we do need to understand is that if someone comes on and is attacking on your property, you can't blame a dog for protecting. They're trained. This is what they're trained to do. They're trained to guard.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for presenting this bill.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome John Huden back up to the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've covered a lot of ground here. I don't know if it'd be better to ask questions or not, but I think that my farm is probably one of the farms that has an immense amount of agritourism on it. We have a sunflower festival, we have a corn maze, and we do horse-drawn sleigh rides and things in the fall. And we have our guard dogs, our livestock dogs are out there. We do as much as we can to mitigate the issue if the dogs are on property. We try to schedule our dogs to be off property with the sheep, maybe half, 3/4 of a mile away. They don't have any interaction with the public, because what we have found is that even though you have signs up and say, guard dog on duty, please leave them alone, we have the few individuals that have to be an idiot and tease the dog. And then we invite them to leave. I think the best phrase I've come up with is, my driveway at the end of the road, it goes left, it goes right, don't come up it again. But majority of people just need a little bit of gentle education and they're good. So we do as much as we can to mitigate it. But our dogs will bark. As the previous speaker just spoke, they will be barking at people. We have 2 Anatolian Estrella crosses and 2 Pyrenees, and they will bark quite authoritatively, and they will be wagging their tail, and as long as no one goes over the fence, it's not an issue. And I think even if they went over the fence, it wouldn't be an issue. It's if they went back over the fence with a sheep in their hand, it would be a problem. So we do as much education as we possibly can so that we can alleviate that issue. So if there's any questions, I don't.
Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bixby.
So, do you think that that it makes sense to have this bill to correct this issue in the
Yes,
statute?
I do. But I think it also goes on to the dog owner. We take it. We have learned to try to get ahead of the problem, control the narrative, and do everything you can to make sure that's not an issue, and that people understand what our dogs do and don't do. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Potenza.
Just a quick question. So let's just say your dog is in the pack with other dogs and it's off your property and something happened, like they're doing something, hurting somebody else's property. What do they have right to do?
The property that we lease right now, we have a long-term lease on, so our sheep quite frequently are off property. And most everybody in the area knows that those are our dogs and what they're there to do. And the dogs, we do not allow them to run loose. They are behind a fence, an electrified fence with their sheep.
Oh, okay.
So they're not at large.
They're not at large.
But they
Okay.
are not on property. They are off.
Okay, so what does someone have if, like in this situation, the unfortunate situation of the gentleman that was talking before, so if the dogs break free, they're on his property, they're harassing his animals or hurting his animals, what can you do as the homeowner? What can you do?
What can I do with a homeowner?
No, like not you, but let's just say
Um,
if it's your property and it's being violated from someone else's dogs, what can you do?
What can I do?
Yeah.
Well, there is that final solution that none of us like to use.
Okay. So, but you have the right to do that.
You have the right to do that. But I'll just maybe make a slight joke, but not really. It's not really a joke. As they say, you can fool around with another man's wife and he'll forgive you. You shoot his dog, he hates you forever.
Yeah.
So you need to be very careful with what you do with that. And that's why we have the guard dogs, because it takes that other issue right out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak to HB 1092? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to close the hearing on this bill. Before I do, let me just give you the numbers, the online testimony. We have 13 in support of the bill and 4 in opposition. Thank you. And we have 1 in support on the blue sheet. Thank you. I'd like to open the hearing for HB 1253, enabling the use of dogs to guard crops. And welcome again, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow members of the committee. HB 253 was brought about as I was thinking about guard dogs. I actually have 2. One is a Great Pyrenees Sarplaniac cross, and the other one is both of those plus Anatolian Shepherd. It is his daughter. And we used to have animals, but we've transitioned from that into specialty berries. And as we've heard, they need a job. Working dogs need a job. It could be guarding the family, it could be protecting the property, but they have to have a job. Very important. Mine have transitioned into making sure turkeys and deer stay away from the crop. I have, 3 to 4 acres planted currently. We plan to expand. I think you heard there is another gentleman here that uses, with his sunflower crop, right? So I think it's important. And for me personally, we used to have a huge coyote population on the property, huge. But because of the Great Pyrenees, I don't even hear them. But I can hear my dogs barking, whether it be out in the woods I usually rotate them, so one's in, one's out. They like to travel in a pack. And then they get to have a little go frolicking. But if I have one in and one out, I know that things are getting done. And they're pretty diligent about alerting us to what's going on. We also have cameras. There are a few issues that have been brought to my attention with the bill that will need an amendment, a comma in the wrong place. But then another person wrote to us and thought maybe that not putting it with livestock and putting garden crops as a separate item for the LGDs, because they're no longer guarding livestock, but they are guarding crops. But when you think about farming, we need protection from turkeys. We have predators, we have deer, we have all kinds of animals that come after the berries. And this is just, you can't, I've been told by certain folks that it's like, well, just fence in your property. I said, well, how do you fence in 20 acres? It's very difficult. You can do a lot of things, but having a LGD, whether it's for livestock or for crops, as long as they have a job, they're happy and they will protect what they're taught to protect. So I would like to work on an amendment with this, with the committee, but I ask for your consideration. So,
Thank you. Representative Bixby, you have a question.
So, let's turn that on. So you're aware of the on line 4, the location of guarding crops in that sentence that breaks up the parallel structure and makes it not make sense.
I am.
And are you also aware that in line 8, you'd also need to add in guarding crops?
I was not aware, but thank you. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Representative Germano.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So first of all, I just felt the need to say that my dog is a working dog too, and he protects us from all the cars that drive by. Every single one of them. But this is, because we got time before the next bill. So if you could just, I get the dogs who work with livestock, right, with herds. And so could you just tell me a little bit, this is a world that I don't know much about, with the dogs that guard crops, is it a matter of, because with the dogs that guard livestock, they kind of bond with, right, their charges, right? Or I guess it depends on the dog. But anyway, how does it work? What is the training for a dog who guards crops as opposed to a dog that guards livestock?
Thank you, Representative Germana. So certain breeds, it's just inherent in them that you walk what you want them to protect. They understand where their property is. It's just inherent in them. Other dogs really need a lot more training. When we had animals, they knew that they needed to herd the animals. So they kind of like did that. When the animals went away, they needed something else to do. So at first they started, they became like my protector and I couldn't move. But, and they still are, but they also understand now. We take them out into the field and they understand that this is a really important piece of our property. And of course, that's where the turkeys and the deer are going to congregate because they want the easy food source. So it's not really, it's about what's coming onto the property as what's going to happen. And, I might not even see them. I mean, if one of them's in the house, the next thing I know, and let me tell you, Great Pyrenees are loud. I'll be like, what's going on? I can't even see what they're barking at, but I know that I better if they're, both of them are in, they need to go out. One of them has to go out. And like folks were talking about, it's important because we are a diverse farming community. We don't just raise animals in New Hampshire. We raise a lot of different crops, a lot of people getting into specialty crops. And like I said, fencing and netting gets to be very expensive. And when you have, and the turkey population, I can tell you, is thriving, as is the deer population, at least on my property. And we'll go out, and the next thing we know, I've been growing kiwi plants for several years, and the next thing I know, they're on top thing, and the next thing I know, they're eaten down. Without my dogs being out there, it could be a lot worse. And now with another crop that we have, which are like blueberries, which is really easy picking for the turkeys, they will keep them at bay so that eventually we can turn that into a cash crop at some point.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for the introduction of the bill. I'd like to invite John Newton to come back up. Welcome.
Yeah, there we go. John Hutton. I think you guys all know who I am by now. The guarding the crops, we have a big issue. We've tried to work with Fish and Game, and the issue we have is we have the new population of Canadian geese that never leave. And Canadian geese are great weeders, except when they walk down a row of your sunflowers and they wipe out everything. The issue is they are federally protected. I can't do a thing about them. The Fish and Game has given me noisemakers, and after about the second day, the geese go, yeah, good day. So that's where our border collie comes in. And he'll hear the geese come in if he's in the house, and he'll be sitting by the door saying, you can let me out. And out he goes, and he keeps the geese in the air, and after about a week and a half of constant harassment, they go away. We have the same issue with the turkeys. Now, they're not federally protected. However, the state of New Hampshire will give me 2 damage permits, and then that's it. I'm done. And the turkeys do the same thing with the noisemakers. After a while, they get used to it. It's not a big deal, but when the border collie shows up, it's game on. We're out of here. And we are really getting to the point now where we can leave the border collie outside, and he can take care of the issue all the time. And he is totally not managed at that point in time. He takes it upon himself to go and do it. The cool thing is one of our LGDs, who is a real good dog about staying on our property, if he is loose, he is picked up on that turkeys and geese are not to be allowed. And if Tuck isn't there, Leroy takes care of it. So, and both these dogs do this. There is no, once we start the season and we say you want to go to work and you say the word goose or turkey, this dog is on. And it's a very effective tool for us to get rid of the birds and not get me in trouble. Because it's really aggravating. I am the oldest sunflower grower in the state by age, and I am also the oldest one who has commercially raised sunflowers in the state. And I have 20 acres and I have to rotate it, which means I need 100 acres to rotate my sunflowers. So I have no way of fencing 100 acres. So that's impossible. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Question from Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, so the you said something like 2 damage. You're allowed 2. You're
allowed 2 damage permits, and then they will issue you 2 more. Meanwhile, a week has gone by, and the turkeys have done even more damage. And again, after you get 4 permits, they get pretty ticky about giving you any more.
So does the damage permit meaning the dog got the turkey?
It means I got the turkey.
Oh, you got the turkey.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The dog doesn't need a permit, but trust me, when they see him coming, they leave.
I was gonna say, do the dogs ever get the turkeys?
He comes close.
Okay, that was my question. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was the dog.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Yes, Representative Scully.
Well, thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm a city boy from Nashua, the deep south of New Hampshire. So
I love educating people. So.
Thank you. So when you said 2 permits, is that like per attack? So 2 a day or 2
No, that's 2 permits for that 2 turkeys.
for the season? Or
If I shoot 3, I'm in trouble.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so you mentioned that that once you throw crop rotation into the mix, your territory for your sunflowers covers 100 acres. So, what is your crop rotation? What's your crop rotation method, and how does that? What would you lose if you couldn't rotate the sunflowers in?
Not being able to rotate the sunflowers means that I have to put on a hazmat suit to spray fungicide, and I'm not doing that because the restrictions on that and the entry to the field are absolutely huge. Or I can use a little notebook and I can keep track of where I put everything. And I cannot have that crop on that ground for 3 years and keep record of it. It solves the problem. But we rotate. We normally will do corn, sunflowers, cover crops will involve either oats, rye. I've done tillage radish. And all these crops segue into grazing with our sheep. So this whole thing is a whole working mess that we try to keep as organized as possible. So the girls do not let me set the schedule. They keep it, and I just look at the schedule.
So just to follow up, so you have a multi-year, not just like a 2-year rotation, but you have a multi-year rotation, and what that does is it allows the fungal diseases to get to not continue in the soil for the period of the rotation, so you don't need to use fungicide as much.
Right. I cannot have any form of oilseed crop on that ground because once that gets in the soil, it doesn't go away. So to me, I have the land available to me, so the crop rotation makes a lot of sense. And over time, we have found that we have lowered our input cost. Fertilizer, we're using less and less herbicide all the time, and we're getting more grazing days for our livestock out of it. So it's a lot of management, a lot of record keeping, but it's not what you make, it's what you keep, and it helps us keep more.
So bringing this back to the dogs, so having the dogs available to guard your sunflowers basically allows you to do all these other things too.
It's all connected.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to invite Representative King and Representative Aaron. You come
Thank
take
you for
a
the
seat
time.
if you'd like. Okay.
I want Rep. Bixby to do a little bit more.
Well, we'll see who the better man is.
I'm sure Seth makes better notes.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome New Hampshire Farm Bureau Director Robert Johnson to testify.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, for the record, Rob Johnson representing New Hampshire Farm Bureau, and we are very much in support of House Bill 1253. The amount of crop damage our farmers experience I find it staggering what they put up with. And as you can imagine, there's probably nothing more frustrating to any farmer than to plant a crop and then see the damage that they do, whether it be bear in a cornfield, turkeys and deer and strawberries and other crops, alfalfa fields, that type of thing. So we think this would certainly be a benefit. Like I said, there were apples in deer, young apple trees and things like that. I was out at one of our farmers had fishing game out at their farm here in Concord a couple of years ago, and it was a strawberry planting. And I remember saying to our farmer, I said I'd be crying if I saw. I mean, he had planted. This was 4 or 5 acre strawberry field that was absolutely decimated. Again, there's just nothing more frustrated. And as Mr. Hutton mentioned earlier, another issue is blackbirds, which are federally protected in sweet corn, and you'll see that the swarms of them, especially in the southern part of the state, and we have tried to work with Fish and Wildlife Service to provide some relief, and it's a real challenge when you're talking these federally protected species. So guard dogs would certainly be a wonderful option to have, and I'll leave it at that. Other than to give you, you mentioned again the depredation permits were mentioned, and if you look at RSA 207:22-C, that's the enacting RSA that enables Fish and Game to issue depredation permits for crop damage. And like Mr. Hutton said, they'll issue 2, and then if you need more, they'll issue a couple more, and you can get more, but they're not going to hand them out. And these permits allow a farmer to hand them to another person, a hunter, to do the job, because our farmers don't have the time to be out there, but there are often hunters that want to have that ability. And that statute also provides for, as a farmer, you can shoot an animal that's in the act of damaging your crop, but that's always a challenge to find them in the act. But that's again 207:22-C. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions for the director? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak to the bill? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close out the hearing. First, we have on the online portal, we have 14 in support and 0 in opposition. And the blue sheet? Yes. And on the blue sheet, we have 1 in opposition. I'm going to close the hearing.
this committee is over.
Okay, members, please take your seats. We're going to get it underway pretty soon for this next bill that we're going to hear. Where's my paper for this? Got it. Okay.
Fill out a card. Kelly. Diane, you just fill out a card. Hearing aids and I'm still deaf. Fill out a card. Yeah, oh, okay. Somebody's got a handful, so. All right. I'm hoping Keith's gonna show up. Keith has the little stuff. Oh.
I saw him today, so he's in the house somewhere.
A lot of people are up at the, was it the little guard dog thing or whatever.
Oh, here he is.
There he is. Anyway. Yeah, once my kitchen remodel is being done, is done all the way, I think that we should have a party and pay her to make that soup.
You don't have to pay me.
Anybody wishing to speak on this bill that we're going to hear, please make sure you get a pink card and send it up to us. Okay.
That's fine.
No, I'm going to start in a minute. I'm just looking for something in my emails.
What was the address here? 1 Granite Place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we are going to get underway with hearing. Is everybody? Again, anybody who wishes to speak on this bill, we need to get your pink card up here so that I can see what we got. I got a lot of stuff here. Okay. Okay. All right, I am going to open up the hearing for HB 1488 relative to rabies vaccines for animals. And to present this bill, we have Representative Keith Ammon. I want to welcome Representative Ammon to our committee. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aaron. I appreciate your introduction. Just getting I was rushing over from the State House. It's not very convenient to have to rush
was
over
just there and I saw you there.
That's right. I didn't see that. All right, reset. My name for the record is Keith Ammon. I live in New Boston. I represent Hillsborough District 42. And I want to just present that this is a bill requested from a constituent that's concerned about this issue. And I personally share concern. I've owned elderly dogs, and I know what it's like when they're in their twilight years. I don't know if you recall, but this is the second constituent bill on this topic that we've presented before this committee. So I have experience a little bit on this topic, presenting it to you. And those constituents didn't know each other prior. So this topic, I think, at least in New Boston, in my district, is an important issue. So there are some complicated terms. I'm going to read from my laptop. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to read my testimony, and I can submit it to the clerk if they request it. So this bill is 1488. This is the purpose of the bill. It does not eliminate the rabies vaccination requirement for dogs, cats, and ferrets in New Hampshire. It preserves the existing public health framework. But what it does is create a reasonable, science-based pathway for veterinarians to grant exemptions from revaccination when titer testing demonstrates that an animal already possesses adequate immunity against rabies. So I'm going to deviate from my written testimony. During the COVID era, we heard a lot of talk about natural immunity, and that seemed to be kind of swept under the rug. It wasn't considered in any of the public health debates. And my layman's understanding of this issue, this is sort of a related issue, right? If we can prove immunity, the dog can't speak, we don't know its history, but if a test can prove it has immunity, to me, that's kind of similar. Under the bill, a licensed veterinarian may issue an exemption after performing rabies antibody titer testing. The process requires a baseline titer test prior to vaccination, a second test 7 to 14 days after the vaccination to establish the animal's individual immune response, and future testing that demonstrates antibody levels equivalent to higher than the post-vaccination baseline. So testing before and after the vaccination and getting those samples. Exemptions are valid for 1 year and must be recertified annually. Animals exempted through titer testing are not subject to the isolation, leashing, and muzzling requirements that apply to medically exempt animals because they have demonstrated active immunity. So it's a little more humane treatment of an animal that's in a desperate situation. The science supports this approach, and this would be my argument. Titer testing is not experimental or unproven. It's actually internationally recognized as a standard for demonstrating rabies immunity. And the threshold in the bill of 0.5 international units per milliliter is used worldwide for international pet travel. So any animal meeting or exceeding this threshold has an exceedingly low risk of contracting disease. And there's some more technical terms that I'm going to let the people coming behind me address, but we're going to talk a little bit about rapid fluorescent focus inhibition test, or RFFIT. And so I'm going to skip that portion of my testimony here. Understanding vaccine immunity. It's important that this committee understand what is actually happening when an animal is vaccinated. Vaccination does not provide identical protection to every animal, just like we are all different. Individual immune responses vary, and some animals are genetic non-responders who gain little or no immunity regardless of how many times they are vaccinated. We should want to know which animals fall into this category if we are serious about rabies prevention. Repeated vaccination does not necessarily increase an animal's level of protection. The immune system has what immunologists call immune memory, meaning that once an animal has mounted a successful immune response, that cellular memory persists even when circulating antibody levels decline. And this is well documented in peer-reviewed literature. Immunologist Dr. Ronald Schultz, DVM, conducted research over a 40-year period on more than 1,000 dogs and demonstrated that immunity to rabies continues to be exhibited by serology up to 7 years after initial inoculation and is almost certainly lifelong for most animals given the reality of immune memory. So our bodies are wonderfully made, including canines. So the risk of overvaccination. So overvaccination carries real documented risks, and this is what we're trying to prevent. Veterinary science has long acknowledged that vaccines can cause injection site sarcomas and other tumors, which is precisely why veterinary protocols require vaccines to be administered in specific anatomical locations so that amputation remains a viable treatment option if a tumor develops. So I'll read that one more time. Vaccine are to be administered in specific anatomical locations so that amputation remains a viable treatment option if a tumor develops. Research by Dr. Larry Glickman at Purdue University has demonstrated that some breeds, such as Cavalier King Charles Spaniels, develop antibodies against their own cardiac tissue following vaccination. The rabies virus is neurological in nature, and adverse reactions to the rabies vaccine can manifest as a range of neurological conditions. It is medically contraindicated to administer the rabies vaccine to sick or immunocompromised animals, as stated in the manufacturer's own product labeling. Yet current New Hampshire law makes it exceptionally difficult to obtain exemptions, effectively compelling vaccination of animals for whom the vaccine poses a greater risk than the disease itself. The United States has never faced a situation where rabies was transmitted to humans through domestic dogs at epidemic levels. The primary vectors for human rabies exposure in this country are bats, raccoons, and skunks. And I think in my last time testifying on this topic, I mentioned the skunk that lives under my front porch. And we're going to get rid of him one of these days, but we don't use the front porch very often. So that's those are the main vectors: bats, raccoons, and skunks. Human rabies deaths were already in steep decline well before the large-scale canine vaccination campaigns of the 1970s, and this bill does not dismantle our rabies prevention framework. It defines it using modern science. The bill preserves the default vaccination schedule for all pet owners who choose to follow it. Nothing changes for those who prefer the current system. House Bill 1488 does allow pet owners who are willing to invest, and it costs money to do this, willing to invest in tighter testing to demonstrate their animal's immunity through a scientifically validated method and to receive an annual exemption based on that demonstrated immunity. The bill is structured with appropriate safeguards. Exemptions must be issued by a licensed veterinarian. The tighter testing protocol requires both a baseline and post-vaccination test to establish each animal's individual immune profile. Annual recertification is mandatory. Animals exempted through demonstrated immunity are treated differently from those exempted due to medical conditions because science supports doing so. And in closing, at its core, this bill reflects a simple principle. If we have scientific tools to demonstrate that an animal is protected against rabies without requiring repeated vaccination that may cause harm, we ought to allow pet owners the freedom to use these tools. Either antibodies are measurable indicators of immunity, in which case tighter testing is a valid alternative, or they are not, in which case we cannot justify compelling vaccination based on the premise that it produces them. If you caught that we have to have science on either side of the argument. I urge the committee to recommend House Bill 1488 as all to pass. And this bill keeps the principle of the law intact while protecting our pets from unnecessary harm and respecting the rights of New Hampshire citizens to make informed decisions about the health of their animals. So thank you for listening to my testimony, and I'll answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Okay. Questions from the committee. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here. Just a quick question. Who in New Hampshire does titer testing?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure someone behind me can. I've never had to do this for my dog. I hear the stories, and we want to enable, the convenience of that. So,
okay.
What, do you know the answer?
I don't. That's why I asked.
Okay.
Thank
Sometimes
you.
people ask questions.
Nope.
So I have a question. I know, I've been on this committee a couple of years already, and we've heard titer testing bills come before us. And there's always the question of reliability, that if you have a blood sample that you send to 5 different labs, you can get 5 different results. How standard is titer testing, and how reliable is it?
I mean, that's an excellent question. I get my blood work done every so often, and I wonder when we go to human testing facilities if it's very standard. I mentioned that it's used for international travel. So you have nations nations setting the boundaries of their relationships with one another are basing it off of titer testing. So to me, that seems like a pretty significant fact. And, the specifics of it, the science of it, I'm not a scientist. I don't have a microscope at home. So I'd leave that to the experts. But it is an excellent question and one that I think we should know.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And it kind of follows on the chair's question. From the research that I was doing, from what I could tell, other countries, I could not find any jurisdiction that accepts titer tests instead of rabies vaccinations within their own jurisdictions. They allow for titer tests when pets travel, right? But even if an animal is coming here from Europe, right, or from Africa, whatever, we would accept a titer test as an indication, right, of their immune response.
Right.
But so what do you make of the fact that even though we use it for travel, I'm not aware of any place in the world that actually allows it in the place of a rabies vaccine?
I'm sure we could find a few, but I don't know the answer to that question. Any place in the world not having it is a big statement that I don't think we could probably find some exception to that rule. So an animal could come here from another country. They could stay in a hotel in your neighborhood with their animal, and that animal's running around our neighborhood with the titer testing, right? That's accepted. And maybe they're only here for a month or, however long they're here. But that same scenario could happen with your neighbor who has a sick dog, also in your neighborhood. And this, science advances, right? So maybe this was a bad idea 10 years ago, but the more I'm hearing is we're getting to a point where it may be reliable, and we should revisit this issue to see that can we enable a little more freedom in this area based on science. And, like I said, I'm not a scientist, so, I don't have a white coat on. But
You're
this is
taking
what
my
I'm hearing.
line. I'm the one who says I'm not. No, I'm just kidding.
I might take your line. Okay. Sorry.
No, thank you very much.
All right. Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for answering my question. I always like to think, what are other people doing? So do you know of other states in this country who actually have taken a similar course? And if they did, what happened, how things worked out?
I should know the answer to that because that is a common question when you present a bill, and I just forgot to do that research. But maybe I think we have a few people behind me, and I'm going to defer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And so we can establish that rabies is a deadly disease. And
Is this a question?
No, yes, it is a question.
Okay.
Do you agree that rabies is a deadly disease?
It is a deadly disease,
Okay.
and it's a very serious disease. I also think like it should be based on our decisions as the legislature should be based on fact and not fear.
Correct.
So that's where I'm at.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Kelly Wardell.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kelly Wardell. I'm a member of the public representing myself. This is my first time giving testimony, so I'm a little nervous.
Oh, take a deep breath. We're all friends here. So.
Thank you. So I'm just going to read my written testimony here. Serum antibody titers are only one of the ways to measure immunity, but titers are the best method readily available. The immune system is complex and works most efficiently in optimal conditions. Titers are used in vaccine development to determine if aerial baiting is effective, and most importantly, verify immunity following vaccination. Vaccination is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Some of the variables include age, health status, breed, size, the number of vaccines given, genetics, and the variations in the vaccines themselves. A veterinarian who is allowed to titer himself becomes a public health vet when they give a rabies shot. It begs the question that, in that capacity, should they not verify that immunization took place? The article, Rabies in Vaccinated Dogs and Cats in the United States, 1997 to 2001, was a warning to veterinarians. Allowing an antibody titer does not weaken public health, it strengthens public health. It is concerning that the Rabies Compendium of the United States Serology section is not peer-reviewed and only insists on a rabies vaccine schedule. It is the document that every state is to look to. It allows jurisdictions to dictate the frequency of vaccinations, which has no scientific basis. The variations include the age of the initial vaccine, which ranges from 3 to 8 months. In New Hampshire, the history of rabies affecting humans is scant. There have been no dogs reported with rabies in 20 years. There were 22 cats reported, but that's not uncommon in feral communities. No human was impacted by rabies in New Hampshire in recent times unless they traveled outside the U.S. Adverse event numbers are underreported, which helps the narrative safe and effective. It is not, and the organized dog world understands it. A vaccine schedule is not science. It's a broad approach that doesn't take into account the duration of immunity provided, which can be extended with things like colostrum, mushrooms, and spirulina. If a pet owner desires to optimize their pet's health, then it's absurd to prevent that. Titers do not disappear in days or weeks and can last for years. In conclusion, the doctor-patient relationship is important. When veterinarians are caught in the middle, everyone loses. That is best illustrated with the warning on rabies vaccine vial, give only to healthy dogs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and talking to us.
Thank you.
Sandy Goslin, I think. Goslin? There you go.
You got it.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Sandy Goslin, who is literally gone to the dogs. I came back to my roots here in New Hampshire after my young and healthy dog went paralyzed 30 minutes after a rabies shot. And I didn't put her down because I used 3 things. If they're in pain, they're miserable, they're not eating. She was never in pain. I took her to numerous vets. They banged on her back end. She felt nothing. She was never in pain. But this was Daisy, who died 2 days after Christmas 10 years ago. And in her honor, she's gone. I can't get her back.
We can't have any props,
Pictures?
please.
Okay, sorry.
That's one of the rules, so
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
But I did hear somebody over here asked about what vets titer in New Hampshire. If you were to give the opportunity to the people to choose what is oh, sorry, what is safer for their pets, and whether they want to personally do it or not, instead of be forced to do it. I am sure there would be a ton of vets that would be more than happy to titer, because titering is actually much more expensive than a rabies shot. But you have the right to choose what your animals should do. I mean, I came here with this live free or die, and all of a sudden we're forced to do this and that. Well, this all happened to me in Florida, you know, and I came home as an old lady backwards where everybody else goes. But long story short, Daisy was paralyzed 30 minutes later. I kept her going for a little over 2 years with a wheelchair and a ginger lead. I had to express her bladder. She peed all over my feet. I had to put gloves on, and I have a weak stomach, but as long as she wasn't in pain, eating and happy, and then there came a day that she wouldn't eat. And after the second day of not eating, I had her euthanized. And my other dog was another rescue. They were both rescues, actually. But he was an older dog. He was a Siberian Husky, and he got deathly sick. He almost died. He stopped eating. He was puking. And it was just a total nightmare. They kept him alive on prednisone and whatever else. And he lived a few more months, but he didn't last long after that either. So I feel it's our freedom to choose whether we're going to get, you know, a vaccine or not for us or for our animals, especially, you know, if we're making decisions for them. And the worst thing I ever did for Daisy was to, you know, I went through a lot to find out it was the vaccine. You know, they tried to tell me all kinds of things, but we did tests and we proved it.
Did that happen here in New Hampshire?
No, that happened in Florida.
Okay.
And I think that we're supposed to be the live free or die state. I would be very proud of New Hampshire if we were the first one to give the freedom to the people who have those pets as family members to choose, especially if the dog is old, sick, has allergies, or vulnerable. You know, like some dogs don't do well under euthanasia or anesthesia. You know, some dogs are more serious than others. So.
And in Florida, did you have an exemption process for being able to get exempt from the rabies vaccines?
No, I didn't. I didn't realize that at the beginning I was running around spending thousands to all different vets. Why is my dog not walking 30 minutes later? And eventually, after a lot of investigation and a lot of doctors, we found out it was the rabies shot, and it was exactly 30 minutes after. She could never walk again. She was paralyzed from the waist down, and it's been over 10 years, and I can't fix that. But I would hope that maybe in honor of her that other pets will be protected. Nobody should lose their dog, and there's tons of cases. I mean, and I'm sure all the vets in New Hampshire would be more than happy to titer. It's much more expensive than rabies shots, and it's safer for the animal, and it kind of should be our decision and not mandatory that everybody does this, you know.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for? No? All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming to talk to us today.
Thanks.
I believe it's Remy.
My name is Renita Sussman. I live in Meredith. I've been a dog owner for 13 years. I've treated my dog for cancer and another for a heart condition. I've learned a lot about veterinary practices in my time. I'm testifying today in strong support of recognizing antibody titer testing as a valid, science-based alternative to mandatory or routine revaccination for dogs against rabies. Rabies titers are not currently accepted as a routine substitute for vaccination under existing statutes. I urge continued progress towards broader acceptance where scientifically supported. Modern veterinary science supports the case for titer testing as a valid way to assess immunity. The American Animal Hospital Association Canine Vaccine Guidelines and the World Small Animal Veterinary Association guidelines state that immunity from properly administered core vaccines often persists for many years, frequently 5 to 7 years or longer. Studies demonstrate that revaccination provides no added benefit when protective antibody levels are already present. Antibody titer testing, a simple blood test performed by accredited labs, measures these protective antibodies reliably. Positive titer tests above established protective thresholds confirm ongoing immunity, eliminating the need for revaccination. A key concern in New Hampshire and nationwide is that most canine vaccines are not dosed according to the dog's body weight or size. Unlike many human or other veterinary medications, core vaccines are administered in a standard one-size-fits-all volume, regardless of whether the dog is a 5-pound Chihuahua or a 150-pound Great Dane. This means smaller dogs receive a proportionally higher dose relative to body mass, potentially increasing the risk of adverse reactions. Unnecessary boosters compound any cumulative risks, such as allergic responses, injection site reactions, or life-threatening autoimmune responses. Titer testing allows personalized care. It identifies dogs that truly need a booster while sparing those with durable immunity, aligning with the veterinary principle of do no harm. Many New Hampshire veterinarians already offer titers for distemper and parvovirus. Many would like the option to offer this for rabies vaccine, yet the state is stopping them from being able to do this. I have a friend whose dachshund recently had a severe reaction to a vaccine. Her family was terrified for her life. These heartbreaking events happen, and they're not as rare as some think, especially with one-size-fits-all dosing that ignores a dog's size. Pet owners shouldn't be forced to risk their dog's health with unnecessary rabies vaccine boosters just to comply with the law. Why would anyone oppose a measure that safely proves an animal's immunity through reliable testing? HB 1488 would allow veterinarians to grant exemptions based on titer results, protecting our pets without endangering public health. I urge you to vote ought to pass. And one other thing is VCA Concord does titer testing right now. I already talked to them on the phone. And I also, I've taken my dog to California to get dental care because they're better on this issue than we are. And I don't think that California should be better than New Hampshire on anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Representative Comtois, you may take your seat. Thank you so much. Diane Kelly, Representative Kelly, welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
I was about to say good morning. It's afternoon now. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody, Madam Chair and the rest of the committee. I am Diane Kelly, representing Hillsborough District 32 and a co-sponsor of the bill. And I'm here, obviously, in strong support. HB 1488 does not eliminate rabies vaccinations. It doesn't change the initial dose. It does not eliminate vaccinations, and it does not allow titer testing to replace vaccination entirely. The bill maintains the core requirement that every dog, cat, or ferret, 3 months of age and older, must be vaccinated against rabies, with initial vaccination within 30 days of reaching 3 months, and boosters per the National Association of State Public Health Veterinarians. What HB 1488 adds is carefully limited veterinarian-supervised exemption pathway for animals that have demonstrated a strong immune response to an initial rabies vaccine. I just want to clarify here that New Hampshire veterinarians don't do the titer test. They draw blood and send them to, we're open to an amendment to say it has to be certified labs. I think there are two, there might be one in DC and one's Kentucky, it's in Kentucky. So the process is pretty straightforward. A baseline titer is drawn before the vaccination. The animal receives the initial rabies vaccine, and then 7 to 14 days later, a second titer is drawn to establish that specific animal's personal post-vaccination immune response benchmark. Future titers must meet or exceed that benchmark to qualify for an exemption. All of this is supervised by a New Hampshire licensed veterinarian with an option for co-signatures by American College of Veterinary and Internal Medicine diplomates or the state veterinarian if you need added reassurance. But anyway, this is not a titers only bill. It requires vaccination to generate the response that titers then measure and track. So, to address some of the opposition concerns that were raised in written testimony, first, the claim that titers are not correlated with future protective immunity. The peer-reviewed Rabies Challenge Fund used USDA standard challenge method. God, I've been a rep 6 years and I'm still sitting here so nervous I can't read. Anyway, the Rabies Challenge Fund study used USDA standard challenge methods and showed that many dogs vaccinated with standard killed rabies vaccines remained protected well beyond the 3-year label. 80% survival at 6 years, 7 months, 50% survival at 7 years, 1 month. Most importantly, protection correlated strongly with rapid anamnestic, or that includes memory cell response. So rapid anamnestic antibody responses upon exposure, even when pre-challenge titers were low. This demonstrates that titers are reliable indicators of prior successful immunization and sustained immunologic memory. Second, the concern that HB 1488 weakens the law by removing isolation, leashing, and muzzling requirements for titer-exempt animals. This is not accurate. The bill only removes those specific restrictions for animals exempted through the titer pathway because they have proven a strong verified immune response to vaccination. These animals are not equivalent to unvaccinated pets. They have been vaccinated and they have documented antibody levels at or above their own post-vaccination benchmark. Standard bite response protocols and public health safeguards remain in place. Third, the argument that there is no uniform federal titer threshold or that this creates enforcement gray areas. HB 1488 does not rely on a universal threshold. It uses the animal's own demonstrated response to an initial vaccine as the standard. This individualized approach, combined with veterinary oversight and annual renewal, provides clearer, more evidence-based assurance of protection than simply assuming a booster worked just because it was given. The CDC already accepts, as Representative, see what I mean? Keith Ammon said, the CDC already accepts RFFIT, which is rapid fluorescent focus inhibition tests, of greater than or equal to 0.5 international units per milliliter as reliable evidence of immunity for international dog travel. 1488, HB 1488 applies a similar principle domestically after vaccination with stricter safeguards than travel rules. So in summary, HB 1488 strengthens rabies prevention by removing the assumed protection of automatic boosters and moving to the verified protection of titer confirmation of response. It maintains the vaccination mandate while giving veterinarians and owners a science-based tool to avoid unnecessary revaccination in animals that have already shown strong, lasting immunity. So I urge the committee to give this bill a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Representative. Just a quick question on the titer test. The second titer test says it has to be performed 7 to 14 days post-vaccination. Is there a very specific reason? And what if it was tested at 15 days? So I'm just asking the question.
That's a brilliant question, and I'm not sure I know the exact answer to it. The reason for 7 to 14 days is that's because typically when an animal would show an immune response, most reliably, I don't know what happens if you wait to 15 days, but that is when you would be most likely to see the actual response. Too soon and the animal won't have had a chance to mount a response, and presumably you wouldn't want to wait 6 months, but 15 days might be close enough. I'm not sure exactly, within a day or two.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for your testimony, for taking my question. I'm always curious when folks have put in legislation, kind of what personally led them to do that. Do you have personal experiences that kind of form the basis for your passion about this issue?
I actually do, and thank you for asking. It's very similar to the previous speaker. I had one dog, my beloved soulmate dog, who had massive seizures shortly after his rabies shot, and he had constant seizures for 8 months afterwards when he passed away. And it was not 8 fun months; it was 8 months of constant seizures. He had been a very healthy dog until that shot. And that was his first shot. And then I had another dog who I had when I moved here to New Hampshire, who even when I arrived had severe congestive heart failure. He was dying of congestive heart failure. He was originally 13 pounds, went down to 8 pounds. But I live in a small town, so our animal control officer showed up banging on my door because I was late for registration because I didn't want to do the shot, because it flat out says right on the insert with the shots, do not give these to sick dogs. This dog was dying. So I went to my vet. She threatened me with an enormous fine if I didn't get this shot done within 3 days. So we went to the vet, and I said, even he agreed, this dog is dying. So he did not, I'm not naming names here, but he was not anxious to do a full dose because the dog was dying. He had lost a good portion of his weight, and we didn't know what to do. She was threatening me, even though it flat out says in the insert, do not give this to a sick dog. So the point is that so many dogs experience these negative reactions, and they're not even reported properly. So many dogs have these negative reactions. There's cancerous tumors, there's seizures, there's severe allergies. There's another thing that doesn't get reported is that rabies shots often cause severe changes in personality, like it'll make a perfectly calm dog suddenly be aggressive or fearful or whatever. So what happens is that these negative responses are so intense that people don't want to do them, so they just hide. The reason my dog who died of seizures, the reason it happened, at the time he was 9, is because I didn't do the shots. I lived in a city in Ventura and nobody knew where I was or anything about it. So people hide from this because they're terrified. I'm one of those weirdos who thinks of my dog as like one of my children. I'm not comfortable with injecting, just like Representative Ammon brought up. It's like the COVID shot. Some of us did not want to be injected with something that we didn't feel was safe. There should be informed consent for pet owners and freedom, medical freedom. So what happens is people are so afraid, they don't do the shots at all. So my feeling is that titers would actually be safer, because those people who are afraid to do shots, and I guarantee you, I personally give you my assurance, there are thousands, not only in New Hampshire, but across the country. I came from California and I traveled a lot in between, who don't do the shots at all because they're so scared of the responses. Well, I think if we had titers allowable, people would say, okay, we'll do the one shot. I agree, rabies is dangerous. It needs to be addressed. But animals do develop they either develop proper response or we have titers to show otherwise. Some animals are non-responders or poor responders. You could give them 10 shots and they won't respond. So it makes more sense to A, prove that we've got a response in each pet, and B, bring people out of the shadows, get the one shot they need, and then let them show that their dogs have an immune response, so that we're actually safer having titers instead of everybody hiding from it because they're scared. Thank you very much.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What you just said at the end, I want you to expand upon, because I've been reading a lot about that. I don't think people understand that there are certain dogs or whatever that won't have any response from it. So it doesn't matter if you give them 1 shot, 5 shot, or 10 shot. Can you explain that? Because I don't think a lot of people understand that. I've been reading about that.
In my research, thank you for the question. In my research, I don't remember which breeds it was, and I should have written them down, but there are certain breeds who are poor responders to various vaccines, not just rabies, but various other vaccines as well. What's that?
Distemper, I saw.
Right. So a lot of it is breed dependent, but a lot of it is the age of the pet or the immune situation with any given pet, or which vaccine was given. We're talking about variations in titers, but the thing is that veterinarians don't give titer tests. They do blood draws and send the blood to various labs. So I would be certainly open to an amendment if we wanted to say it had to be from the 2 main certified labs. There's one in Kentucky, and I can't remember the one. I could look it up, but I can tell you later. The one in Kentucky and one in DC that are certified to be legit. But if there's a slight difference, it's sometimes because the blood was drawn at a different time of the day, or the dog was sick, or the dog was sick prior but then wasn't sick later. There are reasons for variations, but the 2 labs, the one in Kentucky and I think the other one is DC, are ones that I'd be more than willing to amend to say it has to go to one of the 2 main certified labs.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question again. So, do you know how much a blood draw and a titer test is?
I do not, because I've never had a chance to do one. I'm actually looking forward to doing one on my own children, dogs. I refer to them as children soon. But last I've heard, one of them was like $400 or something. It's very expensive. But I believe that if we would allow it, they would become cheaper over time, like everything does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Kelly. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sarah Mullen?
Oh, okay. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
You said 3 minutes on your card.
3 to 5.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I know it looks like I have a lot of papers, but I'm not going to say all this. Yeah, my name is Sarah Mullen, and I live in New Boston. And I have devoted 20 years of my life to veterinary medicine as a technician. So I've been in this field a very, very long time, and have worked and seen a lot of different things, including oncology. So I just want to clarify a few things because there's a lot of confusion. So titer testing, as Diane said, titer testing does not replace rabies vaccination. All it does is demonstrate that the rabies vaccine is still working. We should say specifically that the pet is still adequately vaccinated. So that's what it's doing. It's not in place. It's not taking a place. So it's not, when they said an animal could therefore be legally unvaccinated, that's ridiculous. We're not saying that the dog's not vaccinated. The dog is vaccinated. And all we're doing is demonstrating that that vaccine is still working, and we don't need to give the dog another one that's going to injure its health. And so when that, and specifically our bill, is avoiding the whole argument about the standard 0.5 IUMLs, which is the standard for titer testing. It's Kansas State University that does almost all of the titer testing in this nation. There's one other one. But almost every veterinarian that I've worked for was going to send their titer test to Kansas State University. That's where they send it. They use 0.5 IUMLs. If you go to a vet to do this test, they're going to send it to the exact same lab. So you're going to have the exact same lab doing the second test. And the point is we're testing the dog's personal immunity. So, that dog isn't going to have any other immunity than what it can have. So if it demonstrates, 0.8 or 2.6, whatever it demonstrates, that's what it needs to continue to demonstrate in order to not get another rabies vaccine. But 0.5 is the standard, and the reason why they use that as the standard is because that's what the research showed. The research showed in Representative Amon talked about Dr. Ronald D. Schultz, who did all the research, and his research demonstrated that a dog with a titer test above 0.5 was not going to contract the disease. He even had dogs that were at 0.1 and they didn't contract the disease. But as it went down below 0.5, the risk increased. So that's why Kansas State University uses 0.5, because we know that, and that's why it's internationally acknowledged as the standard. So you can go to Hawaii as long as you demonstrate that your dog has immunity to rabies 0.5 or above. So our bill isn't even dealing with that, though. What we're looking at is we're just trying to say, let's test the dog against itself, because there is no argument against that. If the dog's immunity is only going to be 0.8, then it's never going to get anything else. I think that's really important to understand, that giving a dog more vaccines does not increase protection because of immune memory. So, which Keith already mentioned. So just answer a couple of your guys' questions. Titer testing is expensive. It's $300 to $500 depending on the vet that you go to. Not everyone's going to want to do that. So most people are going to just go and get their vaccine. That is what's going to continue to happen. But people that care about their pets will have that freedom and that option to invest that money and do those tests. Again, those tests are going to go to 2 specific labs. They're not going all over the place. It's 2 specific labs that we use in veterinary practice. Kansas State is usually the one that gets sent to. So it's always going to be the same. There's an argument about how it's a different standard, or there's not. No, it's the same lab. So there are labs online that offer the opportunity to send things to them, but they're sending it to Kansas State University. They're not doing it themselves. So there's only 2 labs that do those testings. So the other thing is, yes, you guys asked about genetic non-responders. So like Rottweilers and Dobies, they don't respond to the parvo vaccine at all. They don't respond to it. So it is breed specific, but it can also be just because of personal immunity. And also what we're finding is that Dr. Ronald Schultz showed that the later you give a vaccine and the less you give, the more effective immune response those dogs have. So this whole thing that most vets are doing right now, where they give a bunch of series of vaccines to puppies, hoping to catch the mom's immunity as it goes down, doesn't work. It's actually deleterious to the dogs. They have a less robust immune response to the vaccine. And so giving less vaccines later would actually allow those dogs to have a greater response to that. And so that's one reason why we would want to make sure that we're not over vaccinating. It also destroys the immune system, as Dr. Amon said. I have seen this a lot, not only with my own animals, but with other people's animals, working in oncology, so many pets that have cancers and different things caused by the vaccine. And he mentioned the Cavalier King Charles. They're an example because they have heart disease. They get heart disease around 5 to 8 years old. All those dogs get heart disease. And we've always just assumed it was a genetic thing. But they have proved, Dr. Larry Glickman has proved at Purdue University that when they developed, a response, their own heart stuff started attacking itself, and that was after vaccination. And so a lot of these autoimmune diseases that these dogs have that we just assume are just part of the dog breed are actually caused from over-vaccination. And so we really do need to be responsible about how we're attending to this. And I just wanted to say a couple things about the opposition, where they talked about HB 1488 not wanting to establish any clear statutory antibody thresholds. We don't need to establish it because, first of all, it's already established. It's 0.5 IU/mL. It's already been established. But secondly, again, we're testing against the dog's own immune response. They said something about an individualized immune profile, but this is what we need. It reflects the reality of immunity. It tells us if the pet is protected at all. It helps us take the responsibility that we need to properly steward our animals and not just indiscriminately murder them because we're afraid of rabies. So we understand that rabies is dangerous, but we also need to take care of our animals and not murder them. So that's what we've got. So
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving your authoritative testimony today. Do you believe that your opinions are shared widely amongst the veterinary community, or do you feel that you're an outlier?
No, I do believe that my opinions are shared greatly. I have I know a lot of vets. I have a lot of vet friends who have left the business because they refuse to give vaccines to animals, and they've left veterinary medicine because of it, and they're now working in holistic care. And I will tell you, in the veterinary field itself, we all know that vaccines are dangerous. That's why we give vaccines in very specific locations. I worked with a vet who gave the vaccines to cats every year all over the top of the cats' backs, and these cats would come back with these ginormous tumors by the time they were 7 or 8 years old. And the techs, we all were like, dude, why are you putting these vaccines in this cat like this? So yeah, we all know. And I will also say, I think somebody asked about the different states. I practiced mainly in California. All of my veterinary experience was in California, and the vets there, California, there is no state that does have tighter laws, and I believe that has to do a lot with maintaining the control of rabies and having all of that. So it's a very difficult thing to break through, but there are a lot of states that just ignore it. So California has laws against, you have to get your dog licensed and do rabies vaccines, but nobody does it. And the vets actually practice and do what's best for the pets. So I worked with vets who would squirt out half the thing and then give the rabies. I worked with vets who refused to give rabies vaccines to dogs that were older than 7 years old. They just didn't believe it. So yes, there are more and more, and especially with social media, and you got more and more people like connecting with each other and finding other people that have had injured pets and whatnot. Yes, the veterinarian community, there are vets who do believe in vaccine. They believe that we need to just do vaccines, but it's not an outlier. I'm not an outlier.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So given the sort of gray area that California has with its rules, is there a significant outburst in rabies that we're seeing in California?
Excellent question. Thank you for that question. I worked there for almost 20 years in veterinary medicine. I saw one cat that was supposedly had rabies and then it came back negative. I've never seen anybody. I've never had a rabies animal. I know other people have, but I have never seen an animal come in with rabies.
Representative Potenza, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could talk for hours, or I won't.
Yeah.
I won't. But I know we're not supposed to do you believe, but I just have to say that everything that you're saying about different breeds and all of that kind of stuff during COVID, that was very similar with humans, like people that had O blood type, which I do, weren't contracted, had natural immunity. So do you feel like the same thing, all those talking points are the same exactly for animals, but we're not, we talk about them in one area with humans, but it seems like we leave animals aside, especially with size and dosage.
Yes.
Is that even, I don't understand about the size and the dosage. That
Yes.
to me is
Oh.
ridiculous at this
Yes.
point. So is that changing? Are you seeing any move, where you said they squirt half out in the
Yeah, thank you for that question. So yes, the size thing, oh my goodness. So I every single dog that would come in with an acute reaction were always small dogs. I mean, every single time. Chihuahuas, Doxies are the worst. Yorkies, Maltese, some I've seen Malteses die they're sensitive breeds. The small dogs by far have the most acute responses, and then the larger dogs tend to get more chronic diseases later on. So yes, the dosing is really a problem. And if you ask a veterinarian what other, and I've had this, I tell my friends who are concerned about their dogs, like, ask your vet, like, what other medication do you give where you don't dose your pet by size? There is no other medication. So it's the only thing. In every other way, we would be dosing by size. And so this is incredibly dangerous for any small dog. And they do have the most problems. And I, unfortunately, so those situations that I said, like the vets in California practice according to their conscience. They don't really pay attention to the law, which is, of course, not as good. But and so they will do things like that if they feel like it's unsafe for the dog to get that much. But as far as a trend, overall, the veterinary medicine is continuing along with and I do believe that the new rabies mRNA vaccines are going to be very dangerous for them. So.
Okay.
All right.
Are those out now?
They are, and they are being used.
And my veterinarian does not use them.
They will not tell you whether they use them or not.
My veterinarian does not use them. She told me specifically, but in any case.
Yeah.
That's
good.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
David Mullen. What did you say? 2 minutes.
Very short.
Okay. Thank you.
As long as I don't stutter too much. My name is David Mullen. I live in New Boston, and I represent myself. I saw the written response from the opposition, and they made some claims that I wanted to refute. So the central thesis of the opposition is that universal vaccination provides absolute protection. That is, that every individual animal will be protected. This is simply not so. Vaccination is a statistical game. The goal is to generate a sufficient aggregate level of protection in a population. Universal vaccination is a good enough approach to accomplish this. The end goal, however, is not and should not be vaccination. That is simply a means to an end. The end goal is population level protection. The opposition objects to the fact that HB 1488 introduces an individualized approach, and this assertion is true so far as it goes. At an individual level, revaccination is a fig leaf. There is no objective reason to conclude that this individual animal is any more protected as a result. HB 1488 embraces this reality and allows for a data-driven alternative to blind revaccination, one that delivers objective knowledge that this individual animal is protected. Since protection, not vaccination, is the goal, and since objective knowledge is superior to a statistical hope, this should be sufficient.
Okay.
So thank
Any
you.
Questions from the committee?
Would you send us that?
You can have my copy.
Okay.
But yes, I can send to you.
Can give it to the clerk. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Which one's the
Appreciate it.
clerk?
Right
You.
here.
Okay.
Let's see. I got Steve Zemanek. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Steve Zemanek. I'm from Manchester, and most of what I was going to say has been covered by other people. So I'm not going to try to repeat what they were saying. But one thing that is indeed happening in New Hampshire is that people aren't bringing their animals to the vet because let's say the dog's sick, and they go bring the dog in to get checked out why it's sick, and they're very often more concerned with getting the dog another rabies vaccine when it's already sick, and and as other people have said, the label says don't give it to a sick dog. So a lot of people are actually just bringing their animals to veterinarians outside of New Hampshire and taking the road trip instead to avoid the whole dog licensing thing and stuff like that. So,
Do you know that as fact?
I know people who've done it.
Okay. Well, okay. But there's no documented study that shows that, is there?
I mean, I know people have specifically go out of state because of the way New Hampshire's enforcement is stricter than other states. And the other thing is like there's also a cultural difference over the past couple decades where people don't tend to leave their dogs outside unattended as much as that might have happened in the past. And especially like smaller dogs, people aren't going to leave a Yorkie outside unattended when, a coyote, not because it's rabid, might just come and eat it. So.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You said over the last, I think, couple decades, things have changed. Yeah, they're not, of course, leaving a small dog outside like that. But is that also because of just the pet theft? Isn't that crazy at this point too?
I can't speak on that,
Okay.
but I mean, I grew up, I wasn't even really a dog person, and then I finally met a dog who basically claimed me as my human. But that dog had moved to New Hampshire from another state, and he had reactions before, but they were mild reactions, but they still avoided the redosing him. So, and the other thing is like the 1 year, 3 year rabies vaccine thing. That's all basically just bureaucratic nonsense where they tested it for 3 years. Okay, it's only good for 3 years. They don't really have an incentive to go and test it for say 7 years and do a 7-year rabies vaccine. So it's all basically comes down to the label and the brand name and the price tag. So let me see if I have any other thing. There are adjuvant-free rabies vaccines available on the market outside of the U.S., but they haven't been approved in the United States yet. So I think that's kind of interesting. The other thing is I could think of some other ways to improve this bill, like if you have a puppy that's only a few months old, it has to go get its rabies vaccine, but it's getting the rabies vaccine while it's getting its other core vaccines. And I think that's like a 5 series of shots in the first couple months. And I think they're mandated to get their first rabies vaccine at age 3 months. So someone checked that on me. I don't have the pulled up. So.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. I have one more card. Does anybody else wish to speak on this? Okay. No. All right. Well, we forgive you for a mistake. All right. Dr. Prescott, our state veterinarian from New Hampshire DAMF.
I might have Dr. Harvey join me as well. He's my assistant.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Sure. It's a twofer.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I think I put 3 minutes, but we might need a couple more if that's okay.
Sure. Well, we're already
we'll
4
see.
o'clock. I don't
I'll try
want
and be
to
as
really don't want to go
concise as possible.
too far past 4.
I do want to. I'll start with and I wrote this at the top. New Hampshire does.
Please introduce who
sure,
you are.
Yes. My name is Dr. Mark Prescott. I'm the state veterinarian for the state of New Hampshire. And
And
I
who is
also-
with you?
And this is Dr. Nate Harvey. He is the assistant state veterinarian for the state of New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
I will say I have been a vaccine researcher in the past. I worked on the rinderpest eradication campaign. There's only 2 diseases that have been eradicated from the face of the earth. One of them is smallpox, and one of them is rinderpest. So I do consider myself to have some expertise. I also have lived in countries where mostly children have dealt with rabies at an epidemic level. Someone had mentioned epidemic level. It's mostly children that die from rabies. Rabies is 100% fatal once acquired. So comparisons to COVID, where we're talking, what they're saying between 1 to 3% of people actually acquire it, and then in terms of fatality rates, where when they looked post-epidemic, I think they were looking at 0.75% maybe, mostly in the elderly population. We're looking at a disease that is 100% fatal, and we're talking mostly children. So when we're worried about why the public health infrastructure and people worry about rabies as a disease, we worry about its potential implications. It's also deadly to all of our pets. So when people are saying at certain levels of titers it goes down in terms of efficacy, those animals, they're all dying. They're getting a disease that is a horrible fatal death. So I just wanted to start with that as sort of an opening comment about rabies in general. Where to go from here? So one of the studies that was mentioned was from the Rabies Compendium Fund, the Rabies Challenge Fund. In 2020, they did a study to determine the overall efficacy of vaccination in dogs, and their net goal was to really determine or demonstrate the efficacy of titers. And at the end of the study, they did state that there was no protective antibody threshold for vaccinated dogs, and they also recommended that additional studies need to be done before one should consider. So I just want to say that yes, they did see that there are some effects of rabies titers that can be protective, but they do not recommend using rabies titers as a method for not vaccinating for dogs. What else can I say? Certainly, rabies vaccines right now are approved for 1 year and 3 years duration. Those are based on trials that the manufacturers have done where they have actually challenged dogs. So they've proven efficacy. In terms of vaccines, they need to do challenges. And so when one starts to look at periods less than 1 or 3 years, there's certainly some studies that seem to indicate that they might be more efficacious past that period of time. They have shown that those vaccines are protective at 1 and 3 years when they're licensed for that. So it's not a random made up date. They've actually challenged and shown that those vaccines are effective for that period of time. I'm a little surprised that veterinarians are breaking the law and administrating vaccines and that we'd be advocating for breaking the law. But that's just surprising. And Nate, I think you had a couple of things you wanted to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to comment that as the department that is on the receiving end of phone calls from our citizens in New Hampshire that call in concerned all the time with potential rabies questions, we receive calls almost daily, if not at least several times a week, from people that have a pet dog that brought in a bat in their mouth, or a raccoon, or killed a skunk, or sometimes feral kittens under the porch, one of the most common sources of rabies, you'd be surprised. And we receive those calls all the time. And it's very important for us to know the rabies vaccination history. The rabies vaccination is very safe for animals. I know it is true. I have dogs and cats myself. No rabies vaccine is perfect. They all have adverse reactions, but no adverse reaction in rabies is as bad as getting rabies itself. Also, rabies is in place to protect public health, not the animals. And I know that sounds harsh to say that, and the department, and I'm sure the legislature is open to finding a happy balance between vaccination and titers. But people need to remember that these titers, while everybody here has commented on 0.5 being the accepted level in the United States, and it's done by labs here in the United States, in the United States, there is no CVB, Center for Veterinary Biologics Department of the USDA approved, accepted, calibrated standard for this level. That level is taken from humans and has been extrapolated to many animals, and there is no labeled product validated here, no official test validated here that they can correlate the antibody levels to protection. Also, one other quick thing I wanted to correct people. Everybody keeps talking about the international travel is being allowed with this 0.5 titer level. I'm not saying titers aren't valuable. I'm not saying they may represent protection to the animal, but those international travel standards are not, that 0.5 standard is not acceptable by itself for an animal to move. The animal also, that is only in place to show that the animal was recently vaccinated. In most countries like the US, within the past year to be imported, you can't let your dog go 6 or 7 years, show that you have a 0.5 titer in your dog and get into the United States. So I feel like that threshold is being amplified a little bit in terms of its significance. It has to be done in conjunction with vaccination. So the department isn't against titers. We know the science of titers. It is important to show that the animals have been vaccinated, but right now we need more research to prove that in dogs, X levels of titers show X level of protection, and that we have standard validated tests that can be used here and approved by the USDA in our country. It's just a standard that New Hampshire has always used when approving rabies vaccinations and rabies tests. So we oppose this bill, but we see future for the science. We see future for titers. We don't avoid recognizing the importance and the heartbreak of reactions. We have pets ourselves, but these laws are in place to protect humans. Even our own import laws and the rabies control law, RSA 436, 99 to 109, uses 30 days to show how long an animal needs to demonstrate titers. 7 to 14 days is just, that's, anybody that knows anything about titers and vaccination and science knows that it's not enough time, and that's seems to be an arbitrarily taken fact. Typically 14 to 30 days would be used as a standard. So we thank you for the time, the consideration. We do thank the public for coming here, but we think that this bill does need work to be safe, to protect human health, which is what should come first. Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here and testifying. I received possible amendment to this bill, and I just want to get your thoughts on it, because you touched upon a thought. There's a 1-year rabies shot and then a 3-year rabies shot. Somebody was suggesting that maybe you do the 1 year and then the 3 year and then do your titers testing and let that be the standard. What are your thoughts on that?
Personally, I'd be much more in favor of that than a one vaccine shot. That's an excellent question. I'll let Dr. Prescott speak.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I mean that would potentially increase the level of immune response. Once again, we don't know, and titers. So before being the state veterinarian for New Hampshire, I was in charge of international trade for USDA, and one of the things that we negotiated frequently was the import and export of dogs and cats. People ask why titers and why titers are used. Countries want proof that U.S. vaccination has happened. It's not about a protective level. We have our papers that are signed by our accredited veterinarians, and then our trading partners want verification that the pet has actually been vaccinated. So it's not that they're after a protective level. They do at Kansas that it's greater than 0.5, but that's actually the human standard. It's not actually about dogs and cats. They also test humans at Kansas. The reason why this has been used in international trade or in the movement of pets is to allow pets to go to and from. A lot of countries wouldn't allow animals to move, certainly rabies-free areas. So they're trying to have an exception or a way that they can validate and make justification to their people that these dogs will not be a risk for their citizens.
Okay, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. Do you, I guess my question is we develop immune responses when we receive vaccinations or we contract a disease or something, it builds up our immune system. With the vaccination, 2 vaccinations and 1 in 3 year, would that build up the immune system of a dog, or is their physiology different?
No, it is very similar. They're mammalian. One of the things that, and you probably know this, is there's different vaccine schedules for different diseases, and so one size does not fit all, and that's the same with our veterinary patients. There are different recommendations for different periods of times depending on the vaccine, etc. I did want to also address there's the size dosage. Vaccination is a stimulation. It's an stimulation of our immune system, or our dogs or our cats' immune system. It's not a treatment in itself. It's not a drug. That's the reason why when you immunize your infant and you immunize your mom, they receive the same amount. So.
Representative Bixby and then Potenza. You had a question?
In the countries where there is more substantial mortality, primarily child mortality from rabies, what are the primary vectors for that? Is it dogs? Is it cats? Is it bats? Or
Sadly, it's feral dogs.
Feral dogs.
Yep.
Okay. And a follow-up. Actually, it's
Sure.
a slightly different question.
Yeah.
Could you explain what a challenge study is?
Sure. A challenge study is a study where, and they're usually considered, well, they're different types, but I was going to say the gold standard or whatever. But a challenge study is when an animal is vaccinated or covered, and then they are then exposed to the disease, and it's determined whether or not they have protection from that disease from the vaccination. And as was stated earlier, vaccines, there's no vaccine that's 100%. And we do have rabies failure, in vaccination. I think you said it, Nate and I were talking about, I think it was Pennsylvania was the last one that we know where we had a known vaccinated dog that unfortunately acquired rabies. So there is no 100% coverage, but we do recommend vaccination.
Okay.
Representative Potenza.
All
right.
So
quick.
just to be clear, so in the challenge study, they're actually given, once they've been vaccinated, they're actually given the rabies pathogen.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Representative Potenza and then Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you first started your testimony, you basically talked about dead children. So how many children have died from rabies in New Hampshire in the last 20 years?
I would say 0. Yeah, is that?
But that's what, that you basically, you started off your testimony in kind of a scary that it kills children. So do you believe that where there's risk, there must be choice?
Where there's risk, there must be choice.
Yes, where there's risk, there must be choice.
There must always be choice.
Okay, so if this bill is still offering vaccination, whether there's an amendment or not, with an option to have that showing an immune response in the animal, which means pretty much everything. And of course, if there's other animals that don't ever show an immune response, those breeds that were talked about, don't you feel that the science has been around on this for like 20 years now? You're saying that follow the science, but we're kind of doing that, aren't we?
No, you're not.
Okay.
Just one quick clarifying comment. I do appreciate the mention of babies, as we discussed, and humans. One of the reasons in this country we only have a handful of deaths per year from rabies is because we vaccinate. Every state vaccinates. Several people here mentioned the higher risk of rabies in other countries, and also mentioned their more lackadaisical approach using titers and replacement of vaccine. And so I would say that the fact that we haven't had babies die here or humans at all in the last several decades, we've been very fortunate, is because of vaccination. It's very important to keep. And so I want to reframe your view of that. A lot of people say, I've never seen rabies. Why do we need to vaccinate? Well, that's why you need to vaccinate, because it's working. Again, we aren't against titer use. It just needs to be a validated titer that is safe and approved for use in this country. That's all we're saying.
So I have a question to that then. If, folks have testified that their veterinarian is not giving a full dose, or they're not giving them the dose, and they're saying that they are, and, you're horrified that, veterinarians would not follow the law or whatever, or do their job or whatever. Given that there are instances apparently where veterinarians are not vaccinating as per what the label asks or says or whatever, and we still don't see outbreaks of rabies anywhere, how do you explain that?
I believe it's a numbers game in terms of the percentage of your population that vaccinates and gets fully vaccinated. There's no population fully vaccinated. And in epidemiology and veterinary school, we had to learn the percentage of a population, be it 33% or 66%, given the number of animals and their risk profile, for what would protect that population. So I believe it's a numbers game. Some animals are inadequately vaccinated or partially vaccinated, or the people don't bring them in. But as a population, I think the vaccinated population guards against that risk.
So on the flip side, let me ask this. Animals in the wild don't get vaccinated. So what is the percentage of animals in the wild that you see rabies from?
Do you mean what percentage of our total rabies calls are wildlife versus domestic?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Well, it's something like that, along those lines. I mean, are we seeing higher rates of animals displaying rabies that are wild animals because they're not being vaccinated versus domesticated animals that we are ostensibly vaccinating?
Yes, that's an outstanding question, Madam Chair. And yes, the answer is true. I mentioned earlier the calls that we receive every week. The vast majority of those calls, I would say I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think my colleagues would say probably 90% are bats, raccoons, foxes, they're wildlife that have then come and interacted with domestic or peri-domestic species. And we do occasionally get calls from veterinarians with neurologic animals that they're concerned may have rabies, animals that have been exposed by confirmed rabid animals that are protected by their vaccination. But vast majority are wildlife, but there are domestic.
Do we have any numbers that show how many rabid wild animals the state has seen or documented?
Yes, I can provide a map to you. Actually, every year that's tallied in New Hampshire by county, how many rabies cases confirmed, how many are first-time confirmations for that town, and how many are repeat confirmations. Should have brought that with me.
Yeah, we'd like to see that.
Yes, yep, absolutely.
And those cases will change from year to year based on animal population of the particular species. We have raccoon rabies, and as the raccoon population goes up, we see a significant spike in rabies cases. And then as the rabies kills them off, we see that, of course, the numbers going down because their population pressure decreases. We also do have a rabies vaccine campaign through oral baits that are dropped from planes. So when we say we don't vaccinate our wildlife, we do because of the threat, because we have such a high level of rabies in New Hampshire and there is a significant threat. There's funding that allows us to vaccinate our wildlife.
Where does that funding come from?
USDA predominantly, and the state, I believe, contributes some as well.
Thank you. Representative Haskins has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony.
Gotta get you. I'm sorry.
Veterinarians are very high on my list. I have 2 grand dogs. One is a Yorkie and one is a Boston Terrier. Both of their lives were saved by vets. One got in an accident, the other one became septic. So before I go hysterical, I think I understood you to say that for small dogs, it's a treatment, not a dosing issue. So I don't have to go home to my kids and say, you got to find out what's in the vaccine that you're giving these smaller dogs.
There's been a lot of questions about why smaller breeds seem to have more reactions to vaccines. And it is true that we see that. We also see a lot of diseases in certain lines and in certain breeds. And so there's a question of whether or not it is the genetic predisposition versus the breed itself. that we need a lot of research on that. I think that Representative Potenza's comment about how we need to better understand the different blood types, the different breeds, there's a lot of research that needs to be done, and we don't have those numbers. That's unfortunate.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Doctors Prescott and Herney. So, absolutely, like you said, universal vaccination, or I guess rather the vaccine isn't 100%. I mean, it makes me think of DTaP almost, the one in the 70s, the Ford administration, where I forget the ratio exactly, but they tried to do universal vaccination of the human population, and it resulted in many different adverse effects that were pretty serious, and that vaccine was immediately pulled. So I guess my question is, with the exemptions that exist currently in statute, and let me just pull out the statute excuse my phone here, I just don't, my computer's dead. It's section 436:100. And this, in the second paragraph, it allows for the immunization exemption where illness or a veterinary medical condition warrants. And I guess if my question, more of a statement, but I'd like you to both relay for the committee, what does that process look like exactly, the exemption or
Sure.
otherwise illness process?
And today I received 2 exemption requests, one of which I signed off right away. The dog had immune-mediated disease. It first happened in 2022, and vaccination is generally contraindicated in animals with immune-mediated hemolytic anemia, for instance. So I receive a letter, a form that sent in via email from the veterinarian, and then it's countersigned by an internal medicine specialist. Our internal medicine specialists have more, personal training or more extensive training on immune-mediated type diseases and things would be contraindicated. So it's signed and then countersigned, sent to me. I sign it. Then they can present that form to their town clerk, and it allows them to be exempt from rabies requirements.
Oh.
Well, it made me think of another follow-up, actually, but I'll ask both of them at the same time. So the 2 that you received this morning, is that do you generally receive a decent amount of exemptions? And I'm curious how many you receive. And then my second question, just to get it over with, is to ask if the rabies shot is effective as we say why don't we give the rabies shot to human beings?
We do give the rabies shot to people. Okay. It depends on risk.
I see. Yeah.
There's a production level of vaccine, and at times, frequently, there's rabies vaccine shortage in the United States, so they tend to preferentially vaccinate people who are at higher risk, such as people who are working with animals or veterinarians. It's strongly recommended that we get vaccinated. So if you have a risk profile that's elevated, your doctor or your personal physician, or at least mine, recommends that I remain vaccinated.
Okay, Representative.
And how many do I, in terms of, it depends on the week. I'd say 2 to 3 per week. Today was unusual, and then I received 2 today, but it was probably the holiday weekend, and people were thinking about it.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your authoritative testimony. I have a quick question and then a quick follow-up. You mentioned the Pennsylvania case where a dog had been vaccinated, but then later contracted rabies. Can you tell me if that dog, after it had received vaccine, had it later had a titers test that showed that there was an immune response in the dog?
I recall the case. I don't recall titers being demonstrated or discussed at all, but I do recall that was a dog that was a grown-up adult dog and had received multiple vaccinations, 6 or 7 in its life. It was over 10 years old.
Okay.
No titers reported that I know of.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, my follow-up question is, do you have any cases of, let's just say, dogs that have been given the vaccine, later had a titers test given, shown the immune response, and then still contracted rabies? Do you have any cases of that anywhere?
Not that I'm aware of, I do have the, I read the study before I came in here from the Rabies Challenge Fund, where they did do something similar, meaning they vaccinated dogs, they took dogs, and then they challenged them with rabies vaccine, and unfortunately they died. So,
Okay, but to answer my question, you've never seen an animal get vaccinated, show an immune response with the titers, and then still contract rabies. You've never seen that.
So the dogs in the rabies challenge were dogs that they had done titers on, and that was where they determined there was that question about the 0.5 or less, and where they talked about the numbers of being 0.1, 0.2, where those dogs did succumb to disease. So as you said, they were dogs that were vaccinated, they had a response, they had a titer, and they died from rabies.
You do have those examples?
Apparently so, yes.
Okay, and you said that there was 0.1 or 0.2, but not over point. You never saw anything over 0.5?
It was decreased. So there are, and this came up on previous testimony, and there are questions about these studies in terms of challenging animals with a fatal disease. There are, I'll say, ethical concerns. Even as veterinarians, we don't like to take part in studies such as that. As far as this study, I know that originally it was proposed that they would have a blind study where they wouldn't vaccinate certain animals, and they would do, and their feelings were that originally there was going to be a population that was significant, or statistically significant, and they decided that they would only do one animal, and that was difficult as it was because it's 100% fatal disease. Everyone, or I won't say everyone, but it's acknowledged that that's true for rabies. So giving a naive animal rabies just so they can die.
May I pretty please have one more follow-up? Sure. Okay. I was a science major in college. Sure. I'm not a doctor. Okay, but my understanding is that there's the word proof has been thrown around a lot today from both sides. But in science, you can actually never prove any theory. Theories are never proven. They can only be disproven. Is that correct? Yes, okay, I'll say yes. The answer is yes. We've never actually proven the law of gravity. It's the same thing with all theories. You take an experiment, and that experiment either affirms or denies the theory. Right. Okay. Correct. So in the case of what we're talking about now, especially when you've got a lot of people that are hesitant to give rabies to an individual, we may never be able to prove, which we can't anyways, that that the titers and the vaccine response and all that is going to be good enough to get to the point where we can say, this is something we can follow now. And that's kind of what you wanted earlier in your testimony. You're like, well, USDA has never done the test that we need to require in order to see blah, blah, blah. But what you could do is you could disprove it by showing us examples of people in the real world who got their animal vaccinated, got the titers test, showed there was an immune response of 0.5 or greater, and then still that's how you could disprove the idea that they're safe. You wouldn't be able to prove that the idea is safe, but you could disprove that the idea is safe. And since it sounds like it's never happened, it sounds like you're trying to get, let's just say, your opponents to prove something that's not possible, when in fact the burden of proof is on, let's say, the other side.
I guess I would rather that the citizens of New Hampshire and our pets weren't used as, if you're proposing that we allow this legislation to go through unchallenged, or that way we can serve as a population that serves as a study. I guess you could do that, but I that concerns me.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby and then Potenza.
Okay, so
microphone.
I need to remember what I was going to ask, because I just it sort of veered away from there.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple things. First, you had said a couple of questions ago, you were talking, and you agreed that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't is not necessarily a good thing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also testified to, and if that's happening in New Hampshire, I want the information that we are literally airdropping vaccinating in the wild right now?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I'd like that information, please.
That-
Can
that-
you give me, I want more information about that. And is it the mRNA vaccines that you're dropping?
Yeah, that was covered in the news extensively a few months ago when somebody found a rabies packet in their backyard. Some of you may remember there was weeks of stories and we got phone calls about it. But it's a program that's been going on since the late 90s. It's been extremely successful and we can certainly provide you. It's online. It's all available. We can definitely get you that.
How often is it happening?
It's only a certain part of the state. It's not the entire state. It's the northern and northwestern part of the state and northern Vermont and extending into New York. And actually the Canadians are doing it too because rabies has come up the East Coast and is really, really it's an onslaught in the northern part of the country, especially significant public health risk and interactions with domestic and rabies. And so it's all mapped out where they drop the baits by county, by town. We can get you that pretty easily. Yeah.
Okay, and the last question. So I would assume that you guys follow the AVMA, correct?
Yes.
Like, is that,
I think we're both members of AVMA.
okay, so, right, you realize that what are the top three sponsors, the top three funders of the AVMA? Do you know who those are, correct? Those are all pharmaceutical companies that are these vaccines. So they're basically, you're following the people that are, of course, wanting to inject all day long because that's how they make their money. It's the same thing with the vaccines with humans. So, you know, you're following someone that's giving you advice, but that's a conflict of interest, wouldn't you think?
I just know that the 4 or 5 cases of humans every year that are exposed to rabies here in this country compared to 64,000 a year across the world are fortunate enough to live in a country where vaccination is available and encouraged, and in most states it's required. I think that they also make money at the labs drawing blood for titers. Like we've said, we're not against using titers. It's how we do it and making sure it's scientific. Yes, it's true. Every bottle of penicillin I give, every single bottle of antibiotic or pain reliever, they're all pharmaceutical companies. I'm a veterinarian. I do the best to guide my treatments based on the needs of the people and the animals. So you're not wrong.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
So I think I remembered my question. So, in terms of how common rabies deaths are in different countries, does that correlate very clearly with the degree to which the countries vaccinate their pets?
I'd have to look into that, Representative Bixby, and match country per country. That's an excellent question.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, time is dwindling here, and we have to be out of the building by 5 o'clock. So if there is no other persons that are interested in testifying on this bill, I'm going to close the hearing. And can I have the blue sheet up there, Kelly? Representative Potenza, can you grab that for me? And so on the online portal, we have 425 people who are in support of this bill and 21 in opposition. 425 in support of this bill and 21 in opposition.
Wow.
And
People have.
on the blue sheet, we have 6 people in favor. And nobody in opposition. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1488. And we will reconvene next Tuesday morning. I believe, hold on one second. I got, what time are we doing this? 10 o'clock. And so we'll see you at 10 o'clock Tuesday morning next week. And again, we will go over all the bills that are in front of us now. And we won't be execing any bills next week because it's vacation week and we will have several people who may be out. So our next time after that will be March 3rd, which will be pretty much our last committee meeting. We have to, for all these bills, we have to, excuse me, hello? Shh. We will have to reconvene on the 3rd of March to exec all the remaining bills out, the ones we've heard today, the ones we'll hear next week, and the ones that the three bills I believe that we're still working on. So we still have a dozen bills, I think, so far, 10, maybe 10 bills that we have to deal with. And so we'll see you next Tuesday. Thank you, everybody.